Hey there. So, this is episode 6. Today's just going to be about explaining monarchies. And if you haven't been hearing in the news, yesterday, was it March 28th? There was a whole No Kings March across the nation, multiple cities, multiple states, and at least the kind of basic thesis statement is that Donald Trump, President USA America, is a king or acting like a king. And so if this is the too long didn't read, is that at least like me extending the olive branch, they are the people protesting feel as though he's in the direction of a king. I think that's the fairest assessment. And if trying to be completely accurate, it is extremely hyperbolic to call Donald Trump a king. So we're going to be covering the basics of the ideas of the movement, and then we're going to review what a monarchy is and obviously find examples to back it up. But at least what Google AI is summarizing, the No Kings, from the No Kings website, the march aims to: 1, reject authoritarianism, countering perceived executive overreach and policies that organizers claim resemble a monarchy rather than a democracy. So number 2, oppose specific policies, protesting immigration raids, ICE, the deployment of the National Guard in cities, and involvement in global conflicts such as the war in Iran. 3rd, defend democratic values, reaffirming that we the quote unquote we the people hold power and resisting what they describe as chaos, corruption, and cruelty. And number 4, build community solidarity using large-scale nonviolent gatherings to develop the muscle. Oh, that's it. Kind of ironic. All right. Develop the muscle of a pro-democracy movement and provide a space for civic engagement. All right, we'll get into that in a bit. So here's some YouTube videos of the very, very quick definition, just the broad, and I, at least for now, we're going to strongly associate monarchies, if I can fucking spell it right, monarchies with being a king. So this is the YouTube channel Oxford Observer, explaining at least what an absolute monarchy is. 2 minutes.
So today we're going to be talking a little bit about absolute monarchies and how they work. Even though almost every government in the world used to be an absolute monarchy, there's actually only very few left around the world today. So once upon a time, there's a faraway land, let's call it Classroomia. It was ruled by a king, and we'll call him Karl for fun. Karl's in charge of the kingdom of Classroomia, and he rather liked it. No one really told him what to do, and if he wanted to celebrate a holiday or punish someone or go to war, no one could argue with him. This is mainly because Karl and all of his subjects, the people living in Classroomia, believed that Karl's right to rule came straight from God himself.
Okay, so there's, pausing for a moment, so there's the mechanical aspect of monarchies where, yes, there might be some, here's the figurehead, here's the king, and then it might have this kind of religious premises, like a support to say that, well, they're empowered by X, Y, and Z, a god deity type figure. But obviously, when you have an absolute monarchy, in the two terms that should be, kind of aware of when talking about Donald Trump or, any of these No King's marches or whatnot, is that there's the rule of law, right? So in contrast with rule by a man, a guy, so, a person. So what in practice, what that means is that that rule by man is there is no higher authority. There's no higher moral standard or figure or anything, right? The king is the top, right? An individual, a human being is the top. And that, like, there might be a Bible or Quran or whatever to maybe give it this kind of sense of legitimacy, right? So, oh, this is, holy ordained divine birth, et cetera, to legitimize it. But essentially that king, the monarch, could easily rewrite all of, this, kind of supernatural religion in order to benefit the king, right? So in contrast, rule by law is that you might have oligarchies and, very powerful people, X, Y, and Z, but there is a higher authority, rule of law, that the law of the land is something that's, can't be simply changed by an individual, right? So those terms should be fully aware of them while talking about these topics.
This is called the divine right of kings. We say divine because his authority and power came from God, and right because everyone believed he was born to be king and that no one could take that away from him.
In actual historical context, it's not impossible, and we'll find an example really quick of when it's not necessarily a kind of like a not miraculous conception. How to explain it? It's more of like a it's not the situation where all of a sudden a nation is created and then this divine right was given. It's that very likely, even talking about this fictional character Carl, that there's this long lineage of ancestry of his father, his father's father's father, kept going, and they were all this lineage, an ancestry of monarchs, right? And so over time, they just become established because, history didn't just pop out of nothing. It was just this long flow of power. So the legitimacy or the kind of divine right is this, it's always been the case that, since the revolution of, 500, 1,000 years ago, then they ruled. They were let's say the military general at the time that took over the land, and then they placed themselves as a king. And 1,000 years later, the family lineage is still there. So then it's not necessarily correct to simply just say, oh, it's just like divine right. It's like, no, it's just genetic, familial rights in that, many contexts.
Now, class Rumia started to grow because people liked Karl as a ruler and decided they wanted to live under his rule. Unfortunately, Karl could no longer spend all day long running his kingdom and needed help, so he knighted some of his favorite subjects and then gave them small areas of land they could rule over themselves. Even though they were in charge of their little areas, or we call them fiefdoms, Karl was still the top dog and all the power rested in him. Any small problems that came up throughout the day could be handled by the people who worked for him, but he still had the last say. The bigger class Rumia got.
Right. So one of the aspects of kind of defining governments or defining, and so I do this this is my 2D political spectrum graph, is that one of the kind of left to right, so the left side is individual liberty and right side is social collective, that one of the kind of the mechanics is the trying to kind of have a metric on how much the king is going to micromanage every aspect of society, right? And so, practically speaking, if the entire kingdom, quote unquote kingdom, is a few hundred people, then, you could have a king, a monarch that can micromanage every aspect of, 100 something people. But once you get into tens of hundreds of thousands, millions, or potentially billions of people, then you need, the monarch has to delegate, and you get this kind of pyramidal shape where this guy's explaining from the Oxford Observer, that there's this pyramidal structure of feudalism that is being formed where yes, Carl, the monarch is still at the top, but delegates the responsibilities by, handpicking individuals to control a chunk of land. So you got lords, and the parameters. Again, these are very historical context of Europe, so not necessarily any other place, but the pyramidal structure is still the same for pretty much all of human existence and human monarchies ever. Is this pyramidal structure where monarch, the king, has some status equivalent to lords, and then the lords are then managing chunks of communities and societies and economies that still have to obey a monarch. So
the more people Carl had to hire to run his kingdom for him. When Carl started to get old and resigned from being king, his oldest son, Carl II, took over. Everyone in Class Rumia accepted him as king because of the divine right of kings. Basically, because he was Carl's son, everyone thought he was born to be king, just like his dad. Okay, now it's time for some discussion questions. Number 1, do you think Carl actually had the power to do whatever he wanted? Are there limits to his power? Number 2, why do you think there are so few absolute monarchies left in the world today?
Okay, so that's just, like I said, the very bare bones, boiled down, absolute, the explanation of monarchies at a kind of like elementary, middle school level understanding. So here's another one. What's the difference between dictatorship and monarchies? This is a YouTube channel called Illustrate to Educate, 177,000 subscribers. Illustrate to Educate.
Hey, it's Dan Zimmerman. Welcome to Illustrate to Educate.
Oh, this is like an actual hand-drawn thing. So before I was talking about just even the previous video, it's this fake hand-drawn thing. And this is an actual whiteboard hand-drawn thing. And that's, obviously sped up. But this is the stuff that was really popular. What year was this? 5 years ago that this video was created. So that would take us to 2021. I think it was late 2010s. Maybe mid 2010s, it got really popular. So I this is the more organic look if you're going to do this animation style.
Don't forget to subscribe for weekly, objective videos on topics that matter. Have you ever wondered what the difference is between a dictatorship and a monarchy? In this video, we'll dive into this and much more. A dictatorship is a form of government in which a person or a small group of people possess absolute power without limitations. Dictators usually use force or fraud to gain political power, and they maintain that power through intimidation, terror, and suppression of basic civil liberties. They may also employ techniques of mass propaganda in order to sustain their public support. A dictator doesn't typically have the title of dictator, but rather a title like leader, guide, or supreme leader. A monarchy is a form of government in which a person, the monarch, is head of state for life or until abdication. The political legitimacy and authority of a monarch may vary from purely symbolic to restricted to fully autocratic, and can expand across the domains of the executive, legislative, and judicial. A monarch can have titles such as emperor, king, queen, raja, khan, sultan, and many more.
Whoa. Okay, hold up. So...
and can expand across the domains of the executive, legislative, and judicial.
Okay, so practically speaking, there's no actual difference, at least up until this point, right? Where the dictatorship, has the same powers and limitations as a monarch. Again, really boiling it down, rule of man versus rule of law, where neither of these, dictatorship nor monarchies, are doing rule of law, because this peak, this pyramidal structure, they are at the top. There's no, holy text, or there's no actual religion, like a separated religion, or, some sort of constitutional guides or, documents that is higher than the dictator or the monarch. So this is just kind of semantic, name calling differences where, one of them's using leader, guide, and supreme leader, and the other one's called king, queen, and
a monarch can have titles such as
an emperor, right? That's not there's no actual practical difference in the titles. The role is exactly the same, and then the monarch can still use of course they can still use the force or coercion or, threat of violence in order to operate, the way that they want to. So, do I have my cursor on? I do have my cursor on. Okay. So, yeah, don't try to, this is a bad job of trying to like separate. Oh, these are very distinct. They're not,
King, queen.
Hopefully, it'll explain if in the next 2 something minutes, to give it, obviously there's a historical usage stuff, but that's not practically different.
Raja, Khan, Sultan, and many more. Now let's take a look at their similarities. A key similarity between a monarchy and a dictatorship
was the differences. Okay, that's a really bad job.
That both of these types of government have one single head of state. In a dictatorship, the head of state can be any person, but generally, a dictatorship is ruled by a single politician, such as Adolf Hitler of the Nazi Party. In a monarchy, the head of state is a king or a queen. Another similarity in the case of an absolute monarchy is that the monarch and a dictator can rule with absolute power. They are in charge of every aspect of public life and politics and cannot be overruled by anybody else. For the citizens of an absolute monarchy or a dictatorship, the power of the head of state severely limits their freedoms and their rights. Now let's take a look at some of their key differences. Concepts of dictatorships have existed in ancient Rome, however modern dictatorships started recently in the 19th and 20th centuries. On the other hand, monarchies are one of the oldest forms of government, playing a symbolic role in many democratic countries today. Another difference is how they preserve power. Dictators have managed to preserve power in countries with limited resources.
Hold up. Ancient Rome as a democracy versus non-democracies. Yeah, it was not a ancient Roman Republic was not a democracy in the purest sense, but a mixed constitution blending an aristocratic Senate and a monarchical consuls and a democratic assembly's elements. It was intentionally oligarchical, designed to limit popular power through wealth weighted voted in assemblies. Yeah, it wasn't a dictatorship that, you could essentially have people voted out of power if, you collected enough votes, versus a monarchy where, there is no election. Zero election, or it doesn't count at all if they try to pretend to, which is foreshadowing, what we're going to be talking about in a second. But for sure, this is not the actual differences.
This is where people do not have access to information, while absolute monarchs have managed to preserve power in countries with strong religious backgrounds. In terms of how power is passed on,
it's one of the easiest symbols. And the yin yang is one of the easiest symbols to draw out. It looks like shit. Okay. All right.
Dictators take power by means of coups and illegal seizure of the government, and can only be removed in the same manner, while monarchs inherit their titles.
Yeah. So again, like if we were trying to talk about it in whatever, the previous thing was saying, oh, it's, Adolf Hitler. If Adolf Hitler didn't die in World War II and, Nazi Germany as a whole, let's just say, hand waving magic, whatever, didn't get completely obliterated in World War II, and it still existed to this day, the Nazi Germany would have been a monarchy, right? That Adolf Hitler would have had kids, and then the power would have been passed along to the next generation, right? So this kind of argument about they're arguing that the difference is that it has to be something quick versus something that's long established, is complete, nonsense. So, even if we're talking like the monarchies of medieval Europe was, taken with force, and then if they held on to power, it becomes a multi-generational, a lineage of monarchies. So this is complete horseshit.
And the right to rule. Today, both types of government exist. One example of a dictatorship is in North Korea, where Kim Jong-un is the supreme leader. North Korea has been ruled by one of the world's longest-running dynastic dictatorships. 3 generations of the Kim family have ruled with absolute authority using heavy repression and a system of patronage that ensures support from elites and the military. The British political system is a constitutional monarchy. The supreme power held.
Well, it's clearly that the UK today doesn't have an actual monarchy. Like, they don't, again, it's not, you've got this pyramidal structure of who gets the power, who gets to, exercise it. And then you don't have the royal, so-called royal family of the United Kingdom doing whatever they want, right? Like, if they wanted to, murder somebody, they would then be taken to court, right? But a true monarchy, they don't have to answer to anybody. Like North Korea, Kim Jong-un doesn't answer to anybody. That's it. That they're at the top, right? So I'm just getting upset. All right.
By the monarch is largely ceremonial and formal, with actual political power exercised by others. Queen Elizabeth II can trace her lineage back to King Egbert, who united England in 829. Saudi Arabia is an absolute monarchy, although according to the Basic Law of Saudi Arabia, adopted by royal decree in 1992, the king must comply with Sharia, Islamic law, and the Quran, both of which are declared to be the country's constitution.
Yeah, that's when you start, like, if I don't know the Middle East and, Sharia type Islamic law structures like Saudi Arabia, but if the leaders, at least the humans at the top of this pyramid of Saudi Arabia has to then always follow the Quran, then you wouldn't call it a monarchy. That would be rule of law, right? Instead of rule of by man. And then the rule of law, the law itself is the Quran. So then, and at the most like fairest assessment would be calling it like a theocracy instead of a monarchy, right? So all this thing poorly like conceptualized, poorly, very bad logic to try to be this is the distinction.
Constitution. Did you enjoy this video comparing dictatorships with monarchies? If so,
did not enjoy this video. Illustrate to educate. Do better. All right. So, okay. So this is the constitutional monarchy. So now we're getting away from like this absolute kind of a comical, oversimplified version of monarchies, and then kind of now it's getting into the historical baggage of like, okay, once it's, been applied of monarchical principles, and then you get into the reality of like, obviously in the modern context of like trying to kind of like divvy up, delegate a little bit of letting people of the non-elite run society. So here's why constitutional monarchy is fantastic. Parentheses, really, by the National Post, 194,000 subscribers. National Post.
With the death of Queen Elizabeth II, you're going to start hearing a lot of voices arguing that it's high time we get rid of the monarchy altogether. Although Elizabeth was almost universally beloved, the same can't really be said for her son. So why not just ditch the institution entirely? The usual justification for monarchy is that while it may seem a little silly, it's too hard to get rid of it. But I'm here to argue the exact opposite. This isn't just some weird medieval holdover we have to put up with. Constitutional monarchy is a fantastic way to run a government that maximizes democracy, prevents tyranny, and I pity any country that doesn't have it. Now, to be clear, contrary to popular belief, our monarch can't really say or do anything of substance. He's not allowed to vote, and the next time he visits Parliament in the UK, the elected members will force him to change in a room decorated with paintings depicting the time they killed a king who didn't do what he was told. So, what's the point? By putting a symbolic figurehead in the top job, you have someone who can deny power to others. No matter how politically powerful you get in Canada, you still have to bow to the king, literally and figuratively. You want to put yourself in charge of the military? Sorry, we've already got someone doing that. You think the court should answer to you? They can't, because they already answered to this guy.
All right, so in contrast with America, where it has this, the kind of 3 branches of government, legislative, executive, and judicial, that, in practice, roughly speaking, they do, checks and balances, where it's not one that's complete supreme power that can just do whatever its entity wants. So that at least in the No King's March, the argument is that the executive branch, obviously Donald Trump at the head, is overreaching, right? Is going beyond, that's the claim, right? That Trump is going beyond the strict borders of the responsibilities that a president, quote unquote, should have, right? So at least in this constitutional, constitutional monarchy, that there is a balance of to extend the olive branch as much as, let's say, the Senate or the judicial branch is going to be fighting over something, right? That's not, the Senate is not an oligarchy. It's, a group of representatives, and the judicial branch is, the Supreme Courts or, any of the state Supreme Courts, that each one could be conflicted within each other. So, for example, if the Senate, right, had a, let's just say a policy that is 50-50, or it's constantly, getting appeal and getting sent around and around of the policies, constantly getting got enough votes to have momentum, but then it gets killed, some other way. And that if you had this pseudo absolute monarchy, right, the kind of UK version where well, I don't know if it's actually in the UK, but in theory, in conceptual theory, that if the Senate is having difficulties, the monarch could just say, okay, you guys, been fighting over this long enough, we're just going to go one way instead of the other. And then at least, it wouldn't be like a filibuster moment where just people wasting time for potentially hours and or days of no productivity whatsoever, as urgent things are happening, right? So right now there's the government shutdown. There's this continual push to obviously reopen the federal government in various aspects, and House of Representatives, Senate is not making enough progress of okay, it's one thing to disagree on X, Y, and Z policies and how much money should be spent. But at the minimum, we agree that the federal government as a whole should just be open. And right now it's closed in, various aspects. So, if the United States was structured more like a, constitutional monarchy, the Trump or Trump-like, figure could just say, okay, you guys, you're spending too much time on this. You're just going to come in, says, I'm going to set the budget and take on 100% of the responsibility for doing so. Right. That would be the kind of, balance of, yes, the representatives were given an opportunity to run the government in the majority of aspects, but if everything was checks and balances and no single entity of the legislative, judicial, and executive branches have even marginally more power, that the government could be shut down indefinitely, right? And that's something that nobody wants, but in theory could happen, right? We're just, okay, we're not going to pay for anything, and then everybody has to, this is anarchy at that point of okay, the federal government's dissolved, so nobody wants that. So this guy's arguing, okay, well, at that point, there could be some laws or kind of political norms that would just say, okay, the monarch just has to step in once in a while in order to get things going again.
And this isn't some abstract hypothetical. The United Kingdom is surrounded by places which didn't have this check on power, and thus allowed their entire governments to be put in the hands of one guy, who then proceeded to get a bunch of people killed. History is pretty clear that there is a deep, dark part in almost all of us that craves a strongman, a powerful person in a fancy hat and a shiny palace who seems to know what they're doing. If you don't have one of these people, you find one. Russia did it, France did it, and the Americans absolutely do it. The US president gets a lifelong security detail, $1 billion library erected in their honor once they're out of office, and everyone calls them Mr. President for the rest of their lives. Now, have you ever seen a State of the Union address? That's a pretty monarchical thing to do. We and the Brits don't do any of this with our prime ministers. Once they lose, they go work in a law office somewhere until they're dead. All our demigod reverence is harmlessly redirected towards an old woman who likes horses or her senior citizen son who drives a car powered by wine and expired cheese. No less than George Orwell called the British monarch an escape valve for dangerous emotions. It was 1944, and basically all of Europe was in the hands of authoritarian dictators. And for Orwell, one of the main reasons England had avoided all of this nonsense was because they got all the authoritarianism they needed by cheering for their powerless king now and then.
Okay, so, that's a decent explanation of, like, we started with, like, pure monarchy, and then we get into more applied monarchies where, at least in the UK context, that they were absolute monarchs, but for the sake of freeing up time for the monarchs, or that they don't want to be held completely responsible, so they kind of delegate the power so that, hey, if something goes bad, they could just say, oh, it was the parliament that is at fault, and we empowered them, but the responsibility actually ultimately lands on them. And so there's this kind of balance of, like, even if you wanted to be ultimately in power, the practicality of making every single small decision, like, taxes, the environment, trade, etc., that a monarch doesn't have enough skills, a single person doesn't have enough skills to actually manage all of society. So the next thing, so this is the actual footage, of the No Kings protest. Just a short little thing saying, this is the kind of the feel of it, right? So this is a YouTube channel called LAIST, LAIST, 3.44 thousand subscribers.
Protesters are continuing to march through the streets of downtown LA for the nationwide No Kings rally. I asked some protesters what No Kings means to them.
No Kings means that absolutely what it says. We are not a monarchy. We are a constitutional democracy.
That's not constitutional democracy is not what. So this obviously this is American context. Is not. We don't have a constitutional. You said democracy.
Donald Trump cannot.
No. What did he say? Yeah, constitutional democracy. That's not what we have.
Constitutional democracy. Donald Trump cannot claim power that our Constitution does not give him.
So I see you've got the No Kings sign. What does No Kings mean to you?
Well, it's a democracy, and we're all equal. And we should be here today protecting each other, making sure we live our lives fully and safely. Families, not separating them from their children.
Manpower not going.
Yeah, so again, America is not a democracy. Each vote is not equal. The Electoral College specifically said, again, you could disagree about the Electoral College, but at the very least, you can't say that's what it is that we have democracy. So the difference, at least in the general election for specifically the presidential race, if you follow nothing else about any election, that's the big one, right? That there's the popular vote, and then which is just the absolute count of people that has no electoral college weight balancing. So the popular vote versus I think the electoral vote USA election. Oh, so Google AI does this thing where if it gets too spicy, it was a little spicy, it refuses to come up with its own answers. Says, you're gonna have to do your own research. So my question was popular vote versus electoral vote USA election, just to get something going. Is that the Google's like, that's a little too spicy to give an actual opinion on. So which is crazy. That's that seems like a super basic, like, I don't know, a high school civics question to ask. Like, and Google's like, oh no, it's too controversial. Okay. I don't know. Forget it. Okay, so that's the points. There's the electoral college system where it weighs the votes differently. That the vote in California is not the same one vote from California is not the same weight as a vote from, Wyoming, right? That population density and all that kind of stuff is, mathematically figured out. You can call it unfair. You can call it bogus and bullshit and all this sort of stuff. But at the very least, you cannot call America a democracy. Just like that plain statement, like a bumper sticker statement. Can't do that.
Going to bow down and
So what was she saying?
Families, not separating them from their children.
means that we're not going to bow down and allow people in power make all the decisions. And
Okay, so no one's bowed. Okay, that's a Japanese thing, East Asian thing to bow. No one in America has bowed at all for any president. It's handshakes, maybe waving at them, sure, but no one's. So it's the very poetic statement. It's like it feels like they want me to bow, to bend the knee. I am a free citizen. I kneel for no man. All right.
And allow people in power make all the decisions and choices.
Okay, that's called a representative democracy. Is, part of it, what we have is we vote for a person instead of being a direct democracy where literally every citizen would vote on every topic, which, mathematically, just on a time sense, wouldn't work out. We have representatives to then concentrate the amount of debate, down to a manageable size of, rather than whatever the American population is, I think it's like 350 million, rather than 350 million people showing up to a single place and debating, we get it down to a few hundred so that, each citizen has to respect what the representatives' decisions are. So if, again, Trump was not a military leader that stormed the Capitol at gunpoint and said, okay, I'm in charge now. He was voted in. And, you could argue that whether or not the election was legitimate, that's fine. You could argue, try to argue that point. But letting other people, it means we're not going to bow down to allow people of power to. We're not going to allow people of power to make all the decisions and choices. That's exactly what you want the system to do instead of a direct democracy, which would be a nightmarish scenario where it says, okay, we're going to have 350 million people WebEx Zoom meeting into a singular digital space in order to debate how much, taxes there are on gasoline. It would be hellish to have that thing. So we absolutely want, the people that we have empowered to make all the decisions.
In power make all the decisions and choices. We're a democracy. We have a say-so, and we're going to express our voice.
Which they absolutely have the right to do. Totally fine. But do not say we are a democracy, okay? In theory, if there was an actual democracy and, it's like, okay, giving them, this is the monkey's paw, giving them exactly what they're asking for, they should, if impeachment is mechanically possible, right? Let's just, for the sake of discussion, let's just say it's mechanically possible to a group of people to initiate, not representatives, not senators, not the Supreme Courts, not nothing, right? Not nobody at that level, but simply regular citizens to initiate an impeachment, right? Let's just say mechanically that's possible. Just thought experiment, right? Then having, the gathering on the 28th, in theory, should have been enough to initiate such a system of impeachment. You gather however many millions of people, right, should be able to initiate it. Now, if, the polling and the kind of, popularity context contest of Donald Trump is any indicator from the last election, which he won, then, very likely, again, assuming all those mechanics of impeachment is even possible, that what's the chances of actually successfully impeaching, Donald Trump? I'm not even sure if, again, this is not the Senate context of impeachment, which is the current structure, but this kind of theoretical one that let's just, magically say 51% versus 49%, right? It goes for a referendum, whole, vote, a general vote is available. That's very likely, not impossible, but very likely that they would lose that, kind of impeachment effort. That, again, rough numbers, I think, they would be at like 45% at most. For the people that vote. It's not even the full population. It's just, of the total population of whatever, 350 million, that I think it's like half that actually vote. So, what would that be? 175 million that they would probably only get, I don't know, like 60, 70 million maybe at best. But again, they have they have the right to freedom of speech, to say things that are blatantly incorrect. But this is fine. This is fine. This is not like illegal or immoral or anything like that. So, but they're clearly just wrong.
Kings means that we don't live in a dictatorship. We live in a democracy, and that means that not one person should have any direct say about what's going on in the country.
Okay, so. Roughly speaking, here's the 2D graph that America is around here. Can you see that? No. Okay, so America, right there. And then an actual dictatorship way over here. So USA is around a 9. 9's on a scale, it's just a location. But that a 2 is this just a location, again, is an actual monarchy. So this is all the people protesting think that a fair assessment is that he's going, that they're claiming that Trump is acting like a dictator, like a monarch, and that it's very close to monarchical behaviors. And for anybody who, studying the actual mechanics of American politics, that it's being exercised, that Trump does have the power. I could be, corrected on some of these points, but he does have authority for making military decisions that doesn't have to go through the Senate and a whole, voting process. So, if the Democrats, well, obviously this is a, Democratic movement for the most part, that if the left-wing people are really upset about the president having that kind of authority, they should just simply, push for policy that says, hey, the president's not able to, do any type of military action whatsoever at all, ever. Doesn't matter what situation, doesn't matter the conditions, it doesn't matter if the federal government is closed, doesn't matter, can't have the power. And that then would apply to, Joe Biden, Obama, Bill Clinton, et cetera, et cetera. And, a quick history lesson that every Democratic president since Jimmy Carter, it's kind of fudgeable whether or not he actually took military action, but for the most part, the conclusion is he didn't. Then since Jimmy Carter, every Democratic president has started, not was a recipient of military conflict, but has initiated military conflict somewhere around the world. So, if they were to, again, just, the kind of monkey's paw is like, give them exactly what they've asked for. And the question is whether or not they're going to want it. Were they like what they've received? So that they're very likely, even if they successfully push for, the elimination of the president having military authority in any context, that they would be kicking themselves later when they, at some point, they're very likely, a Democrat's going to be a president, that they're going to be like, oh, but, that rule only applies to Republicans, not for Democrats. And Democrats, should be allowed to practice military might. So, very likely, if history is any lesson at all, is that, rules for thee, not for me type thing. So here is another video. So the MSNBC was, I don't know, something they had to break up. And so now they're called MS Now. Almost 10 million subscribers explaining the No Kings movement. So again, this is, as far as anybody knows, they're, it's not MSNBC. So MS Now is a heavily left-wing news organization. So here's their view on that topic.
Well, here's a guy who's been doing his part for a long time. Bill McKibben is the co-faunder of Third Act, which mobilizes people over the age of 60 for action on climate and racial justice. Third Act is a partner of No Kings. Bill is the author of numerous books, including The End of Nature, considered the first book for a general audience about climate change. Bill, welcome back to the show. Thank you for being with us.
Good to be with you, brother. And that was a remarkable summary. The only thing I think that you left out was the fact that the last No Kings Day so ticked off the president that he put out that video of him flying an airplane above America,
right,
dropping excrement on the head of protesters. So if anybody thinks this doesn't matter, it matters in the biggest possible way.
Well, this is why I wanted to talk to you, Bill, because you have been involved in social justice for decades. And what people who are involved in it for decades understand is that it never really ends.
Okay. Just as a very small side note, when they use the term social justice, the meaning behind it is, at least in, American context, is that when you just, talk about the justice system, it's basically on the idea of individuals. If they commit a crime, the individual, nobody else, right, is going to be held accountable. That individual is going to, be a suspect. They get prosecuted. That the courts are going to say, okay, whether or not innocent or guilty, etc. And then that individual, if they're guilty, gets, this some type of punishment, community service, fine, prison, etc., right? So that's the kind of justice in the context of current America and, all of American history. Social justice is this kind of, now we're not talking about like court activity. It's not a judicial activity. This is about this kind of like, here's, following exactly their narrative, right? Their narrative is, hey, a group of people, a social group of people, either identified by race or roughly culture, in the kind of loosest sense of the term, maybe a religious group, etc., right? A social group of people have been wronged from the past, and that we should take action today to, rebalance or, to make it, quote unquote, right. And at least, so, in the individual justice sense, we punish, the American judicial system punishes an individual so that, people are pacified that, hey, the courts are working as intended. So this person is going to get fined, or the person's, going to go to prison. It's the righteous move that, addresses an issue, right? In the very roughest sense of the term, rather than just a slap on the wrist and they're let out for like a murder, that they're facing consequences. So in the social justice sense, outside of, the actual judicial court context, this is just everyday policy changes and maybe reinterpretations of law to say, okay, we should, any action that tries to fix the past, essentially, for a group of people that it's not even, where the people being addressed now, the same people from the past, is that they, there could have been whatever 4 generations away of great grandparents that were wronged by a system that, their kids are being now affected. So we should, rather than just, do something for the gravestone, we're going to make adjustments in a society for, the lineage of, the kids that are supposedly struggling now. And now, that's the left-wing kind of social justice context. Now, the right-wing view, or the general kind of view of it, is the definition of what, has been wronged, right, from the historical perspective, is fudgeable and subjective, right? Who's to say that one group suffered more than another, especially over a long period of time where, obviously, there's the social justice makes a great emphasis about Black African-American, individuals and communities and families being wronged in the past. And then the difficulty with trying to address things in the current context, right? However many years ago, of Jim Crow, et cetera, historical stuff from, long time ago, is that there wasn't this pure ancestry lineage of that, the Black kids that are born today haven't, the difficulties that, how to explain this, that the Black kids of today aren't necessarily the exact lineage of the people who actually suffered, right? There's intermingling, there's interracial relationships, and that, the kids of today aren't 100% African genetics. So that, there's very few actually African Americans today in America that are 100% African. So if there's, the injustices of the slave trade and bringing people from Africa is the kind of, punishment or sorry, the crime, the social crime that was done in the past, then you're trying to address it now. It's like, well, it would have made more sense if there's kids now that are 100% from that group, right? But since then, it's been a few hundred years that, you have somebody who's maybe 50, 60, 70% Black African descent. And then they've got maybe, 30, 40, 50% of European ancestries. They've got, South American ancestries. They've got Asian ancestries. It's mixed for over, we're talking, a long period of time for many of the African Americans that are living in America today. So you're trying to do potential reparations and, this kind of social justice of changing the economic system or, sending benefits, et cetera, to people that clearly aren't the same as the people who, experience the suffering. So it's a kind of, losing battle in the sense of like technicalities and specifics. You can, they've successfully done like roughly reparations for, I think it was a place in Chicago, a place in California, that said, okay, if you're Black enough, which, they didn't like clearly define what that meant. It was just mostly self-identified because they didn't follow it up with like an actual genetic testing. But it says if you're Black, practically speaking, if you're Black enough, then you got access to money that was obviously, state tax dollars. And each time that happens, it's a huge mess where social justice is kind of cherry picking, where, you could take anybody from America, and if you go far back enough and you just picked a specific point, they were the sufferers of some sort of, system, and they were the beneficiaries on some sort of system. And, the social justice kind of cherry picks and freezes history to like a chunk, and then it misses everything else intentionally. Says, we don't want to talk about the, let's say, the black citizens in Africa that sold the slaves to the Europeans. We don't want to talk about that. We just want to talk about the actual slaves. And then we didn't, the left-wing people, it was like, we didn't keep records for that long to actually say that the beneficiaries that are getting reparations today are the actual slaves from Africa, because that'd be way too much work, right? that's like information that's been lost to time. You would have to do genetics testing in order to find any kind of connection that the black, the African Americans of America today could have been, supposedly, currently suffering, could be the same group that both, were the slaves or were the slave owners from, you go far back enough, right? So, sorry, that was that was a huge tangent, but that's trying to contextualize this kind of social justice, which is part of this kind of No Kings, this march kind of rhetoric, where it's this like, you've got, so the narrative is that the king is making the people suffer, right? That like very, like if you like really boil it down, you go king bad, good people suffering, right? Which is the very same thing of social justice. Is like, this is the people currently suffering, and they should be, elevated to a higher status.
The urgency of this movement is now. There are people in America who say, what can I do? Well, you can vote in primaries. You should vote in November. But you can be out there next Saturday.
Absolutely. Next Saturday is really important. Look, when we did No Kings 2, it was a huge day of action. Since then, President Trump and his administration have shot and murdered 2 Americans in the streets of Minnesota, and they've launched 2 wars. This one's going to be much, much, much bigger still. We're closing in on the size of the first Earth Day in 1970, when 20 million Americans were out in the street. And that was enough to change American environmental policy for a generation. We need everybody out. We need to be making it clear just how tired we are of this incredibly wearying and exhausting presidency.
Well, that's the other reason to have you here, because you have experience in one of America's biggest movements, which, by the way, back in those days, looked like you were up against every force that there was, every moneyed force that there was to draw attention to the climate. We still have a serious issue. I mean, the weather in the Southwest this week, well, we should warn people how serious it is, but it doesn't matter whether climate is your issue or world peace is your issue or immigration is your issue. It's all about having a say and your agency.
Absolutely. One of the reasons that we're so intent on organizing older Americans, Alec, is that they have a kind of baseline against which to judge this. Yes. I've been doing a series of videos the last week with some of the very oldest members of Third Act, people in their 90s. And if you think about it, those people we're celebrating our 250th anniversary this year as a country. They've been around for more than a third of that history. And so what they're saying in these videos over and over again is, this is completely abnormal. There have been presidents we didn't like before, but there's never been anything like this.
So I don't know if that's historically accurate, but to the extent that they're saying is that, it's never been this bad. It's never been this bad. Except America did have a civil war. They've only been alive for 90 something years. It's like, civil war is pretty bad. If we're talking about, domestic conflict of disagreements. But it's on the scale of like problems, right? If we're trying to put all of societal problems on a big scale of like really bad, not so bad. Wait, is there an actual Nazi flag in the No, it's probably like anti-Nazi. Okay. Sorry. There's a swastika right there. Okay. So on the scale of like, really bad to not so bad, is the president, if they were just breaking every rule, right? Where there's the Senate is completely rotten, unable to intervene or do any type of impeachment because of Trump set it up, or it's just the right wing kind of oligarchies, right? And then it was the rule of law can then be applied, right? Contextualize the actions of Trump so that, saying specifically, he has this responsibility. Here's the limitations and here's how they broke him. Right. And as far as the march goes, they're just saying, we're not happy, not here's the actual, rule of law that's being violated. So it might be there, but as of, anybody watching the posters and all that kind of stuff, they just says, we're not happy. Trump equals king equals bad. That kind of rhetoric.
Sheer craziness, launching wars without even bothering to make a case to anyone, shutting down. I just did a video with a woman whose sister died of polio, and she was in the first cadre of people to get the vaccine. I cannot tell you how pissed off she is about the fact that we're now essentially tossing the next generation of infants into the immunological unknown. The craziness of this moment is what's driving people to act in these ways.
So talk to my viewers, many of whom will fit into third act. They are older.
Wait. So he was talking about whether or not a president is able to start a war. American presidents have authority to start wars, start conflicts, to initiate military actions. Okay. So question, was essentially, do American presidents have authority to initiate military actions? Google AI is answering, American presidents have significant authority to initiate military actions, primarily derived from their role as commander-in-chief under Article 2 of the Constitution. While Congress holds power to formally declare war, presidents routinely deploy forces to defend against attacks, protect U.S. interests, respond to emergencies without prior congressional approval. That's the law, right? The president, whether you agree or disagree, has the power to initiate military actions. Okay, that's the law. So if American presidents do initiate military actions, they're not above the law, right? It's like the left wing, no march people have not, read basic civics, constitutional law, like basics of, this is, anybody who studies this stuff for 5 minutes figures out that, that the presidents are allowed to do this. It was allowed under Obama. It was allowed under, Clinton. It was allowed under Joe Biden, etc. So they're getting upset for something that's not breaking the rules.
Americans who are really good consumers of the news and really faithful adherents to democracy. For people who are watching the show who have never protested in their life, tell them how easy this is.
So this one really is easy. These are very gentle and lovely protests, and you'll be out in your community. You go to nokings.org to find out where one of the 3,000 protests nearest to you is and what time it'll be. Write yourself a sign if you want, but just show up. Be with other people. Your body in the streets this day is your testament to your sense of the world. And if you are an older person and feel more comfortable in the company of other older people in this work, go to thirdact.org. We'll be having lots and lots of people marching behind big banners that say elders against authoritarianism. We've lived a long time. We haven't seen anything like this, and we do not intend to pass it on to our children. We want America back. Improved, yes, as your most recent guest said, this isn't the end of the work, but it's the start of the work to get rid of, to thwart this, just by this point, crazy authoritarian presidency unlike anything we've ever seen before. I think maybe when we started,
to give them, some sort of contextual credit. If Trump was taking, the U.S. Constitution, all the laws, and just said, okay, we're going to reinterpret them like loosely, loose interpretation of the law to mean that, the Trump or American president has even more power than was actually granted in the laws, that would be, a good point to make. It's like, hey, here's the laws. And then, if the Democrats were saying, oh, we agree that, President Trump should have the ability to initiate military conflict, but this particular thing of, conflicts in Iran and the Middle East and Venezuela and et cetera were actually done, outside of that, right? Is he broke some of the rules or like loosely interpreted some of the rules. That would have been a very good argument to make. But to simply say like, oh, he's initiating military conflicts that we don't agree with, therefore he's a king and that, he's illegitimate or something, that's like taking it way too far.
No kings was a kind of clever way of talking about this, but by this point, he's acting in exactly the ways that kings and authoritarian leaders around the world.
When this started, a lot of people are like, "What's no?"
Yeah, no, that obviously we talked about. That's not true at all. And another thing, and this is not like specific to the left, but special to the left. But any political, kind of PR, public relations, tool is whatever phrase you want to actually portray, like to present, to communicate. It needs to be really short, right? It has to, I keep on saying bumper sticker. That's the kind of, when you have a rhetorical tool, you want to boil it down to its essence, this emotional knee-jerk reaction in as few as words as possible, right? And ideally, if you can, have it connected to a song or a rally speech, kind of a rhythm, even better, right? If you're doing a public relations, campaign, a program for some sort of policy, some sort of push, some sort of movement, whatever, rather than this kind of long thing of explaining constitutional laws, saying, the like some ridiculous bumper sticker that's way too big, right? It'd be like, we disagree that of the not the exercised authority of President Trump against initiating military actions, but the specific usage of said, military actions we disagree with. That's too long, right? Of a bumper sticker. You go, boil it down, just get it real short. You go, no kings, and then at least the term "no kings" is short enough that you can turn it into some sort of megaphone protest rally that you could be yelling at. No kings, no kings, no kings. Not, we disagree with the implementation of constitutional law. Like, that's too long, right? So again, if you ever get into PR stuff, it's got to be really boiled down and simple to the point that it doesn't make sense. And and ideally try to get it, attached to a song, or, easy enough that it can be used in kind of a, in the musical context, like two beats, like no kings, no kings, no kings, right? So they could just be like a march, you go left, right kind of thing. Like that's ideally if you're gonna go that route. So
No king's not really king, and we have all sorts of things that'll prevent him from being a king. It's like, well, apparently we have less than we thought.
A king is someone who sends his soldiers off to war without explaining to anybody why and without asking anybody if it's okay. Just on his say-so, we're suddenly fighting a war that no American can explain, and that, according to the polling, almost no Americans want. So this requires us to stand up. Our job, I mean, it shouldn't be like this. People shouldn't have to spend their weekends out protesting. We should be allowed to, go for a hike in the woods or see our grandkids or whatever it is. But this is the country that we currently inhabit. If we want the old country back, well, take your grandkid out with you to the protest. It'll be good. Then they'll have a good time.
It'll be history. It'll be a picture they look back at for a lot of time. Bill, there are, I was talking to Leah Greenberg earlier, and organizers of rallies often don't want us in the media getting obsessed with numbers, the 10 million target that we hope we'll get, because it's more important than that. But it is really important. Even if you are an influencer in society and you're the head of organizations and you're doing the right thing, there is value in your body being out there being counted. There is value in those aerial shots of tens of thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of people. We still look at those Earth Day pictures.
Amen. And you know who still looks at his pictures of crowds? It's Donald Trump pretending that his inauguration got all kinds of people out when nobody came. There's nobody in this country who pays more attention to crowd size than Donald Trump. So let's do him a solid and show what it looks like when people get very, very exercised, when they really, really care. And I think really that's going to be the story of 2026. It's not just that most Americans oppose what he's doing. It's that the people who oppose it with an enthusiasm of fury that far outmatches whoever is still left out there pretending they support him or just unable to get over the idea that they made a mistake and unwilling to admit it.
You're entirely right, Bill. Thanks as always. Thanks for your decades of work. Thanks for reminding us.
Okay. Yeah. These people are retarded. All right. I wanted to do a little bit of a, math question. How many people in total went to No King's March? If I can spell. Okay. Based on 8 million. Organizers estimated that over 8 million people gathered at more than 3,300 events across all 50 states. Okay, let's do a math question. Let's say so let's open this up to more math. So double checking 8 million people. How many people in America and how many people vote in general elections for president? And how does this march compare in numbers to that? Okay. Oh, it got too spicy. I got too spicy for Google. All right. Couldn't tell me how many people are in America. A little too spicy. Couldn't tell me how many people vote in the general elections. Oh, that's too spicy. And then how does the marching numbers compare to that? Okay, let's break it up. So let's see, how many people in America, as let's just say citizens to be fair. Okay. Oh, it went down. Approximately 302 to 316 people are citizens. I thought it was 350. Oh, if you go. This includes owners and native 29 of the total residents. Okay, so 340 would be total residents, and then actual citizens is 302 to 316. Okay. How many people vote in general elections in USA? Oh, that's the spicy thing. Okay, so how many people vote in the general elections in USA is a little too spicy for Google AI. That's fucking crazy. That's too controversial of a question. No, we can't get into that. That would be bad. That'd be bad. So let's just say, was it 50? What's the turnout? What's another way of asking it? Turnout percentage of general elections. Let's see. Nope, still too spicy. God damn. Okay, well, let's just see Wikipedia. All right. Let's see. Approximately registered to vote. 161 million people registered to vote in the 2020 presidential election. Okay. Let's see. Turnouts. It's like 58 million. So, or 58%. Okay. So the math, let's see, 161 million, and the population was 8 million. Okay. So 8 out of, what was I say? 160. Let's just say 160. Okay. So, 8 million out of 160 million is 0.05. Sorry, that is 5%. It's saying 5% of people showed up out of the voting population, not the total population. Okay, so let's say 8% out of half. So 8 out of 80 is 10%. If the Democratic and Republican populations were half and half, which is not the case, but just for the sake of this math, I'm going to say it is. 10% of Democrats showed up to the, obviously this is, going to maybe a fraction of the population is Republicans that showed up to the No King's March, just because, they didn't like how they technically voted for Trump, and then, they still show up. Okay, fine. So setting that aside, roughly 10% of Democrats, all Democrats, went to the No King's March, which, for political movements, that's pretty high. For a representative of, American feelings, it's tiny. It's minuscule. So, they're calling it like the biggest march ever. And that's if we were like before, we were talking about like, okay, let's say they wanted to impeach him. They wanted to create this movement. You didn't even get all the Democrats to show up, and you still needed at least, if you wanted to win the actual vote, it's going to be some sort of referendum impeachment vote, that, you need a lot more than 10% of all Democrats to show up, because they were collecting signatures for, I think it was just for registering to vote, or maybe a petition. So let me see. Okay. No, that was the Monarchies thing. And then here's, okay, so this is a news organization called Democracy Now! 3.28 million people talking about the No King's March.
In America, we have no kings. That's one of the rallying cries for Saturday's nationwide protests against President Trump. More than 3,000. Obviously,
they're saying, like, technically don't have kings, but the no kings, like, rhetoric is saying there should be no kings. Not technically there is no kings. So, is like more the aspirational side of like Trump shouldn't be a king. But obviously, again, the bumper sticker is getting too long. You got to cut it down, right? You got to really shorten it.
No Kings protests are planned across the country. Millions are preparing to take to the streets in what's expected to be the largest No Kings protest to date, and what The Nation magazine says could become the biggest day of protest in U.S. history. One of the largest No Kings protests will be in St. Paul, Minneapolis, just miles from where federal immigration agents fatally shot Renee Good and Alex Preti to death in January. Performers and speakers in St. Paul will include Senator Bernie Sanders, Bruce Springsteen, Jane Fonda, and Joan Baez. On Thursday, Edwin Torres de Santiago of the Immigrant Defense Network spoke about the Minnesota protests.
Right now, across Minnesota and across this country, immigrant families are living in fear that something as simple as going to work or taking their children to school could separate them from their loved ones. That is the reality. A mother.
Okay, hold up. So the term immigrant is not so obviously it's the ICE raids, et cetera, immigrant definition in USA. Okay. In the United States, an immigrant is legally defined as a non-citizen alien who has been lawfully admitted for permanent residence, typically holding a green card or lawful permanent resident LPR status. They are individuals moving to the U.S. with the intention of living there permanently, distinguishing them from non-immigrant visitors. Okay, so the people, the physical people traveling across the Mexican US border, the people who fly from different countries and might have initially been here for like a tourist visa and then decide to stay, right? So the Mexican border, if people are crossing it illegally without going through the checkpoints, without going through the border patrol stuff, just cross it, jump over the fence, cut a hole, etc. Or the people that, like I said, fly over and started with a tourist visa and then stayed. Those are not immigrants. Okay. If you cross the border, land here, and start doing the paperwork process, that you currently have a tourist visa and then you're trying to get, the path to citizenship type, was it N1 something, the visas or, any type of green card process, those are immigrants, right? So there's a distinction legally to be made. If you just jump over the border and then start living in America, those are not immigrants. Technically speaking.
Her child just to say, I made it. A father calling in the middle of the day to just say, I'm okay. I know this because it's exactly what both of my parents do every single day. For 25 years, I lived without documentation, and my parents still do. And let's be clear about what is happening. You don't send masked agents into neighborhoods, into airports, into communities to keep people safe. You send them to keep people terrified. And that fear is not accidental. It is part of our larger escalation, and we're already seeing the consequences. We've seen the consequences. Keith Porter Jr., Renee Good, Alex Preddy, Dr. Linda Davis, Ruben Ray Martinez, and dozens of others that have been killed by this administration's escalation. And let's not forget the 40 deaths inside detention centers since this administration has taken office. Silence and inactions are not an option anymore.
Supporters of the No Kings protests include the AFT, that's the American Federation of Teachers. This is the group's president, Randy Weingarten.
$1 billion a day for this war, and yet we couldn't find the money for the Obamacare tax credits. Then now we're seeing a huge increase in premium payments that people have had to pay. We couldn't find the money for Medicaid that is closing rural hospitals all over America. We couldn't find the money for SNAP when people were having parties.
All right, so to give this more context, we talked about this before, but so again, so a very common theme with left-wing politics is one to try to define, poverty and wealth and more specifically, affordability, right? So they're trying to define who has it, who doesn't. They want, it's rhetorically useful for them to have, let's say, a poverty line where it says, oh, if you make X amount, more than X amount, then you're considered, wealthy or not impoverished. And if you're below that number, that means, you're in poverty. So at least in macroeconomic context, it's somewhat useful to have kind of rough measures of wealth. There's the lower class, middle class, upper class, right? Those are kind of like basic, Econ 101 topics to like kind of grasp your mind, or to like comprehend. And then let's say roughly speaking, average I think is what is it? I think it's like 70,000. What's the poverty income level in USA? Oh, thank you, spell check. Okay. Oh, federally poverty level is an individual is 15,650, while a family of four is 32,000. That's okay. Right. So again, in reality, that there is no like strict definition of poverty. It's it's kind of a statistical, meaningful term, but not like objective in the sense that if you had 15,000, if you make, less than 15,650 for an individual, that means that you're poor, right? So not objectively, right? Even following their own standards, if somebody has a house and a homestead and a basic network of people to fulfill the basic, like, doctor buddy, mechanic buddy, etc., that if you're just homesteading and technically you make $0, that it doesn't mean that you're going to die of poverty, right? That from the left-wing perspective, obviously most people aren't doing that. So, it's useful to, one, come up with a poverty line. And then I thought it was a much bigger number. I thought it was way more than 20, roughly 20 to 30,000. So, why did I think it was 70? There's another thing I think is like the difference between lower and middle class might be where I got the 70 figure from. So, but from the left-wing perspective, it's useful so that you could say, hey, these are poor people, these are lower income, and then therefore you can initiate the conversation about, like, okay, we're trying to get people out of poverty, and here's the definition of poverty, therefore we should take from the rich and give to the poor, something like that, right? That's like the basic rhetoric. So that's what this person's point. Randy Weingarten is complaining about that things are getting expensive, things are becoming unaffordable, the medical care, etc., food is expensive, right? That's not objectively true. Affordability is this kind of rhetorical term. It's a tool where from a purely, again, if we were talking about like an anarchic context, right, this way left bottom, towards Somalia, that the concept of affordability stops to exist, right? Because there isn't, like, you either don't or you don't, you do have it. And then, most people have priorities, right? For sure, of like how to, allocate money for certain things, so that, like, you could say, oh, whatever, health insurance is really expensive, but, it's also in the context of, like, did everything else get expensive and healthcare stay the same, or is everything going up at the same time, so that basic inflation, the numbers are going up, and if you control for inflation, is it still, there's all these multiple layers of, like, did health insurance get expensive, actually get more expensive, and did the actual care, right, the healthcare side, are the services or the goods of healthcare simply getting more expensive, right? That if, I don't know, medical goods have to become more stringent, more careful, more, quality controlled, they're going to be more expensive. But the service, the care itself has gotten better because, there's less bad batches of medicine, right? So he says, oh, it's becoming unaffordable. It's like, there's not enough of statistics to prove it, but, like, maybe the quality is just getting better, right? Maybe. So you could argue not, but, like, it's just artificially. So, like, that, if hospitals are buying each other up and becoming more monopolized, then they're just going to jack up the rates. So, is it an affordability issue, or is it more of like a monopoly issue? Well, we're not going to study that hard. We're just going to say it's unaffordable.
At Mar-a-Lago, the people are saying, we need to find a way to support ourselves. We don't want a war that's costing billions of dollars. We don't want a war that is increasing the cost of gas. We don't want a debate that is actually making the lines of TSA, like the line I had this morning, hours long. People in America are saying, you have been elected to help us and our families have a better life. Not to help the billionaires, not to create robots as teachers, not to just create...
Weren't the Democrats... I'm taking so many breaks. This is going to be a long ass video. What's the Ukraine war supported by left wing politics? ? Question mark? Let's see if it's spicy. No, not too spicy for Google. All right. Support for Ukraine in the war against Russia comes from various political spectrums, including significant segments of the left, particularly in Europe, where social democratic and green parties often lead in providing military in left-wing American politics. Nope, still not too spicy. Okay, support for Ukraine in the U.S. is generally higher among Democrats and liberals, with roughly 80% supporting Ukraine's efforts to regain territory, driven by a desire to oppose aggression. However, left-wing politics are not monolithic. While liberal politicians often favor robust aid, some far-left elements argue against intervention, citing concerns over escalation and proxy war dynamics. Okay, so again, they're not, no politician or political group is going to be consistent with their values, but it says a long time ago, maybe I'm cherry picking a few kind of chunks of time that the left-wing people were like really anti-war, anti-military, anti-intervention, anti-global police, world police type stuff. They were chunks of that being kind of true. And then whenever it's, something that's supporting left-wing values, I'm not even sure how the Ukraine thing, except, for like, I don't know, anti-Russian sentiment, et cetera, it was convenient at the time for left-wing politics to support the war or, sending military aid or sending money to Ukraine. And then now it's like, oh, no, we can't have, can't have any war. We can't afford it.
Create ways that you and your family get rich, Donald Trump. And that's why more and more people see him as a king.
The unprovoked U.S. and Israeli war on Iran will also be a focus of Saturday's No Kings protests. This is Naveed Shah of the group Common Defense.
Unprovoked.
The war with Iran is built on the same lies as the one with Iraq 20 years ago. I know because I lived it as an Army veteran who served in Iraq. Me and my friends know that our leaders lied to us into a war with no strategy and no endgame. I swore an oath to this Constitution, not to a king, not to a politician, and I will not stay silent while we march down that same road into another forever war.
Those speakers all took part in an online No Kings press conference on Thursday because they were all over the country. We're joined right now by Leah Greenberg, co-founder and co-executive director of Indivisible, which is part of the No Kings Coalition helping to organize Saturday's protests. Leah, can you start off by talking about the scope of these protests? You're talking about the possibility, the nation says, of the largest protests in U.S. history, with 3,000 protests taking place across the country. Explain how it's being organized.
Well, I'm proud to say that as of this morning, that number is up to 3,200, including every congressional district in the country and 6 of 7 continents around the world. What we're fundamentally doing with this is we're issuing a call to regular people all over the country. In some places, this is anchored by, in a city, it's anchored by a coalition with, indivisible groups and labor, your local labor council, human rights organizations, everybody's collectively throwing it together. In some small towns across the country, it's, one woman who raised her hand and said, I can't take it anymore. I got to get my community together. But what we're seeing is that the scope and the breadth of what is happening across this country is enormous. People are coming out in every state, in every county collectively and saying, enough. We are going to stand against illegal wars abroad. We are going to stand against secret police at home. We don't have kings in this country.
Again, we did the math. It's 10% of Democrats. Oh, the calculator went away. So it was 10% of Democrats. Of all the Democrats, only 10% of that actually showed up to these marches. So it's like, there's no rule saying that that's a big number or small number, but you couldn't say like the Democrats have assembled, right? That's can't say that. You go, some barely, not even half of them, got out. So to give it some context of it's going to be like this, massive, marching band, John Williams kind of, kind of like this is a huge moment because it's not even all Democrats, it's not even half the Democrats. It's 10% of Democrats, if the numbers, we're just kind of roughing the numbers up, that's, a minority within the Democratic Party showed up. So again, it still might be the biggest march in, all of American history, but to make it sound like this huge movement is happening is, we'll see if that's true.
I understand that in Spain, in Barcelona, it's actually called No Tyrants Day because they have a king.
We've heard a couple versions of that. In Hawaii, obviously, there's cultural sensitivities around, the history of the monarchy in Hawaii. What we want people to take a stand against fundamentally is imperious, unaccountable governance that substitutes the judgment of one man and his cronies and his corrupt billionaires for the actual will of the people, because that is what we are seeing right now.
And then talk.
Right. So again, we don't have a direct democracy. There's no vote whether or not to start or end, continue a military conflict. The Constitution, the laws specifically allow the president to do so. Quick correction.
Talk about why the No Kings national flagship rally is in St. Paul, Minnesota, with Bruce Springsteen, I guess you could say, headlining, with Jane Fonda there, with Joan Baez there, and other political figures, of course, across Minnesota.
We think the story of Minnesota is incredibly important for everyone in America to hear and understand, because fundamentally what we saw there was the occupation of an American city, the unleashing of a reign of terror and racial profiling that was pushed back by organized, nonviolent, disciplined people power. You had immigrant rights organizers, labor, faith leaders, regular people, soccer moms, and retirees collectively organizing to say, no, you're not going to take our neighbors. You are not going to impose this on our city. We're all in this together. And they have successfully organized an extraordinary resistance that everyone in America should understand and should learn the lessons from, because fundamentally we're not going to get out of any of this mess without building the collective people power all across this country that pushes back on authoritarianism, that pushes back on secret police like ICE, and that demands that we look up to and protect, or that we look to and protect our neighbors.
So your data shows 2/3 of the RSVPs that are coming from outside of major urban centers, nearly, 40% up from the first No Kings action. If you can talk about the significance of this and your message to former Trump voters. We see MAGA splintering with Joe Rogan and others seriously questioning what they thought was the non-interventionist stance of President Trump, challenging running on a platform of no more forever wars.
Mm-hmm. Well, what we're seeing with this march and all of our data suggests the same when we look at who is organizing new indivisible groups or new activist collectives around the country, is that the resistance to Trump and to MAGA is reaching farther and deeper and more significantly into red and rural areas than it ever has in the past, in the first Trump term or ever before. And I think that's a factor that's being driven by a number of things. People, whoever they are, across political lines, do not like it when you send masked police into their neighborhoods and take their neighbors. That is something that the vast majority of us can agree on, fight on, pushing back against. People do not want a catastrophic war that is killing people, thousands of innocent folks abroad, that is driving up costs at home. They do not want their healthcare funds, and people do not.
I think there's an actual stat on American percentage support of ICE activities. Let's see. Okay, let's see. I think there's a stat on this. As of early 2026, roughly 3 in 10 Americans approve of the job ICE is doing, while roughly 6 in 10 disapprove. Support is highly polarized, with approximately 73% of Republicans approving of ICE's actions compared to roughly 91% of Democrats and 66% of independents disapproving. Performance approval, about 30-40% of Americans approve of ICE's overall job performance, while roughly 60% disapprove. Okay, so there's, assuming that this stat that Google AI is pulling from is correct, like that most as being defined as just majority in simple numbers, disapprove of ICE's activities. I think the phrasing was important, where let's see if there was any clarification on so the specifics was like rephrasing the question: did people support the idea of deporting people that entered the country illegally? Surprising enough, I think the stats change. So let's see. The support for the idea of deporting people who entered the country illegally depends heavily on how the question is framed, specifically whether the poll asks about all immigrants versus some immigrants, like those with criminal records, or the methods used to remove them, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so when the question is rephrased, general support of ICE approximately 50 to 61% of Americans support the general concept of deporting people living in the country illegally. Okay, so that's where, it's the way that it's being phrased in the question of like, do you support this? Do you not support that? The practical difference, the practical kind of application of the policy change or the policy implementation is different. Where, if it sounds like you are taking away neighbors, it goes, oh, we don't like that. No, that's, ICE bad. But if you phrase it in deporting people that enter the country illegally, it's like, oh no, we support that, right? So that's just a survey. Now, whether or not the people behaviorally will protest or to vote, behaviorally different is a whole different question. But at least in the survey context, it's not correct to simply say that ICE is not being supported. It's the way that the question's being phrased. So is it one way or the other? I think that the phrasing of saying deporting of people that entered the country illegally, I think is a fairer assessment than simply saying, do you support ICE, or is it okay to kick out your neighbors, right? That's I would say unfair of the actual reality of, the policy instead of like the group that actually implements it. So
want a catastrophic war that is killing people, thousands of innocent folks abroad, that is driving up costs at home. They do not want their healthcare funds going to bombs that are being dropped on an Iranian schoolgirl or girls' school. They want to see a government that is accountable to them. And what we're seeing with this moment is that this is a real opportunity to reach out to people who thought, I'm going to roll the dice with another Trump term. Maybe they lower the cost of living. Maybe they lower the cost of gas and eggs. He's certainly not going to get us into any wars. Those folks, those are people who we want to pull in right now while they are questioning what the heck the bill of goods they were sold and say, come on over to our side.
Idaho, Wyoming, Montana, Utah, all showing up with double-digit events. What do you think this portends for the midterms?
Well, look, I think we've seen this over and over again with the off-year elections, with the special elections. From Florida to Virginia, what we are seeing is that if you're a Republican, this is not a year in which you should assume your seat is safe, and it doesn't matter whether it was safe a couple of years ago. Fundamentally, there is an extraordinary amount of backlash brewing in this country everywhere, and you should be worried about whether you are being accountable to your constituents right now because they are angry, and I can guarantee you that is the case whether you represent a ruby red area or a deep blue area.
Yeah, so again, like there's no actual potential. I mean, and if you're just following the survey statistics of like, is it being supported? Is it not being supported? For the most part, ICE, in its practical sense of like, deporting people that entered the country illegally, they are being supported. And if the Republicans follow, to keep that kind of policy and the policy implementation, then, it is not true that they should be like, shaking in their boots, thinking that they're going to be kicked out. So,
Leah Greenberg, I want to thank you for being with us. I know you have to get onto a plane. Co-founder and co-executive director of Indivisible, the grassroots movement, part of the No Kings Coalition, helping to organize Saturday's protests. And Democracy Now! Will be covering these protests, and you can tune in on Monday for the voices from the streets. Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you...
Dumb journalism. All right. So I was trying to find some like, kind of steel manning or the like kind of opposing view, finding any opposing view on YouTube. And it was kind of difficult. I was using phrases like, what's the benefit of No King's March? Is it productive? Yeah, there wasn't much. I don't know. I think the consensus, the kind of feeling from the right wing view is like, it's insignificant. That, the protest thing's happening, and not going to comment on anything specifically. Trump was like, whatever. Like that was that his view on it. So, but this is the closest one. This is some local news channel, WUSA 9, with 608,000 subscribers. WUSA 9. YouTube channel.
All right, to help us get a bit more context about the moment, we're joined by Scott Warren, a fellow at the SNF Agora Institute at Johns Hopkins University.
And Warren leads work focused on building pro-democracy, a conservative agenda in the U.S. with a particular focus on election trust, on how Americans think about democracy and political identity. So let's start with the big picture. I appreciate you being with us. What is the big picture here? What do the rallies tell you really about the political moment in this country?
Thanks so much for having me. A pleasure to be here. And yeah, I mean, I was just listening into your coverage, and obviously there are millions of people across the country that are showing up in big cities and small cities to show how they feel about this administration. I think the fact that this is the third time that these rallies are happening says something. I also think that the devil is going to be in the details in terms of, as
like, you can see these pictures. It's not nothing. For sure. Like, you get 10% of Democrats out. That's a huge population, and 10% of, Democrats distributed across the whole nation is, you're talking at like thousands of thousands, potentially at any one location, or even, tens or hundreds of hundreds, right, for any one location. So it's not nothing that, somehow, some way, the word got out that, this march was, going to happen. And then people felt, energetic. And of course, they're going to pick a weekend. They're not going to be like... it's a Tuesday morning and we're gonna march for the next 4 hours. It's like, bitch, are you fucking out of your mind? You're gonna have us get out of work just to protest? So yeah, they pick a Saturday, so that makes sense, and then more people can be out. So it's not nothing. That's, to give them some credit.
We're saying what happens from here. I think that the fact that people are organizing on the streets is symbolically important. What needs to happen for change to occur is that this has to turn into a constituency that mobilizes beyond just protest days every few months, and actually takes action on specific issues. And
yeah, like, so as much as like the protesting and stuff, it doesn't actually like directly change like a referendum. Like, it's one thing, it would be one thing if the protesting went to some sort of legislative event and says, okay, we are demanding for the next or to call, initiate a new referendum where everybody gets a say into whether or not Trump is going to be impeached, right? Or to say that he's breaking some sort of law, right? That would be, a very practical use of protesting. But for the most part, these are, as seen in this image, that it's happening at a park, right? This is not happening at a governmental building. They're just people yelling essentially at each other. It's not even at anybody. And some of them are just walking down the highway. It's going to a park. It's going, some of them probably happened at some sort of, Capitol building. And then, even if they showed up to the Capitol building, no one from the building, no one from the government's going to be like, okay, we're going to send somebody out to listen to the demands of this march and to, allow the opportunity to be convinced to, if referendums or an impeachment, process can only be initiated by a representative, that, the representative is going to be convinced to push, a new thing along. So, when these happen and, like seen in this one, like, it's pretty much just disrupting traffic at most. Right. Like, at most it's, a bunch of people left their houses and they're meeting up. Right. And they're, frequently, not all the time, but frequently they're blocking traffic. You walk down the highway as a big group. There was a picture like 2 seconds ago. Yeah, you just block traffic for that's a road that, people would have been using most likely even on a Saturday, and now they can't use it, and I don't even see police blocking. Well, maybe a few police are blocking it off, but this is a disturbance instead of something that, is doing anything productive.
Shows a lot, but there's still a lot that has to happen for these protests to translate into real action.
So, Scott, piggybacking off of that idea about democracy, from what we've heard from the demonstrators there, this go around and the last, was that they believe that there is a real existential threat to democracy at this point. Is that a legitimate concern based on the actions of the Trump administration up until this point?
I think that you're seeing a lot of indices demonstrate that democracy in this country is backsliding. You just had Freedom House come out with a report saying that U.S. democracy is on the downswing, as did a report called.
Yeah, there's no actual push or, policy, like even like the kind of skewing of policy implementation that is saying, oh, democracies, the at least the ability for citizens to vote for a representative or to have a referendum is weakening, right? Like there's no evidence of supporting that. Again, I could be convinced wrong, but hopefully, when I unpause this, it's going to be like, there's this policy and this policy, and actually they took away the ability for people voting. Trump is, stopping left-wing people from voting. And the closest would be like the kind of voter ID laws. That's very, a threat to democracy is making sure that anybody who goes to the voting booth is an actual citizen that's tied to any type of documentation of their citizenship. That's a real like hard argument to make, saying that's the threat to democracy.
BDEM. And so you're seeing some of these objective reports come out and say that that democracy is on a downward swing. And I think that there have been actions that the Trump administration has taken that suggest a high degree of executive overreach, that suggest that.
He said objective. Objectively, it's happening. All right, let's hear it.
That they're not, listening or really trying to work through Congress. And so I do think that there is a need for protesters to.
That's it.
It's hard to do in this.
That was it. The threat to democracy is Trump doing what he's allowed to do by law, not just him doing whatever he wants. By law, he's allowed to do, which is not have to ask Congress for permission. Okay, that's the objective threat to democracy. Just wanted to be clear. All right, that was it.
In time, but to distinguish between what are factors that might actually demonstrate that democracy is at risk, and what's policy that people don't like. And I think that that's always something that's a little bit challenging. Deportations are something that the executive government can engage in. How they're engaging in these deportations is probably something that that is beyond the pale in terms of our democracy. You're seeing similar things with the war in Iran. Going to war without congressional assent is something that is problematic. It's something that other administrations have done. But I think that democracy in this country has been declining for a number of years now. And the Trump administration seems to be a byproduct of that. And so getting a little bit more specific in terms of what that means is important. That said, I know people in the streets are not going to get very nuanced in terms of what that means. But I think that the distinction between we don't like this policy and democracy.
He knows people are idiots. There's no actual nuance. I mean, you could see it. They've got the yellow thing they're holding on to is the Constitution. We the people, blah, blah, blah. And they reenacted the document and they didn't fucking read it. They didn't read it. All right. Oh my God. What you just rehash the last 20 seconds.
War without congressional assent is something that is problematic. It's something that other administrations have done. But I think that democracy in this country has been declining for a number of years now. And the Trump administration seems to be a byproduct of that. And so getting a little bit more specific in terms of what that means is important. That said, I know people in the streets are not going to get very nuanced in terms of what that means. But I think that the distinction between we don't like this policy and democracy is at risk is always important to think about.
And Scott, as we have you up here,
he didn't fucking say anything. That is terrible.
We're also looking at footage from protests here across the country. A major turnout here. I think the big question for a lot of people is how do you take that momentum and how do you actually turn it into policy change? Midterm elections coming up. And I think that is really what a lot of people are asking is how do you take that momentum and keep it going?
Yeah, I mean, I think you've seen a lot of countries when this happens, when people are upset and they're protesting what they feel is democracy backsliding and eroding. This translates into real sustained action. Sometimes you see general strikes. You saw some of that in Minnesota when you had the ICE raids happening there. So what's taking protests on the streets to actions that actually make it somewhat uncomfortable to go about everyday life? I think that's one thing that we'll see if that happens. This is actually translate into real sustained action. The other thing is you need these actions to translate into to real constituencies. It's I think a good amount to ask for people to protest on a Saturday, but are they going to organize in their communities? Are they going to campaign for folks that they want to win? Voting is
like if you too long didn't read TLDR is like the people who are protesting are saying that the president's the executive branch should listen to the will of the people, even though politically speaking, the protesters are politically speaking, the minority of the like electoral strength, right? Is that it would be very different if they were 51% or higher, that Democrats, won every election, or at least, for as of this moment was 51% or higher, right? Since the Trump's election, that things have shifted. And then, right now they have a majority. Then they can successfully say, you should listen to the will of the people because we are the people. That would be a stronger point. But we're talking about 10% of the Democrats, not even the whole the whole population of Democrats. And let's just say, for the sake of discussion, that, that the rest of the Democrats, at least emotionally and politically, support the policy, right? The stance that, let's see, the mathematics of, you got, let's see, 300 something million, only 161 million are registered to vote. Again, registered to vote is a very good indicator of, like, at least like your passion for politics, right? Roughly speaking, it's a pretty good indicator. So we got, 300, where's the, let's see, turnout to vote. That's fucking hilarious that Google thinks it's too spicy to say what the percentage of people that voted. That's crazy. But okay, so let's say it was American population was population citizens was no, it wasn't 340. Total population is 340, but actual citizens was like, I think it was like 300 something. Okay, so 160, half of 160, let's just say it's 50-50. It's not, but let's just say it's 50-50 of the voting population. So let's say 160. So let's just say roughly 80 divided by 305. Okay, so all people that are citizens of America, that if the Democrats were entirely united, 100% monolithic, they're united on a stance, there's still a little over a quarter, 26% of the total population, right? So of the active people, it's obviously a bigger number, but of all the people in America that are citizens, that it is not a majority. So they've got 26%. So again, it's this, like, the question about efficacy and, like, is it a real movement? Is it a representation of people's values? It is not. 26% is a minority view within broad, American populations.
Is one part of that I saw in the previous segment, but it's so much more than that. And so I think that one risk of this is, are you just asking people to come back and back and back to protest? Are they going to see change? How are you actually mobilizing people in their communities? And so I'm curious how much the protest organizers are thinking about that in terms of actually creating a constituency behind this. That's not just about the Democratic Party, but about beyond that, versus, we're going to have the next No Kings protest in another 6 weeks. I think the organizers have to figure out how they get beyond these protests, which are, you see these images and it's quite consequential. But, if you look at throughout history, if you look at the March on Washington, that was part of something bigger.
Right. So, like, rhetorically, the Democrats, what they have to do is at the same time say that they're the underdog, right? So that they have this kind of righteous position. They're being suppressed by the oligarchs, and they're not powerful, right? That's, they have to make that point. Secondly, they have to say this movement is so big that it represents, the majority of Americans, right? They have to say that those two things at the same time of we are the underdog, we're getting suppressed, we're getting beaten down, but this movement's gonna change all our lives. You know, it's so big. It's a, you know, they're gonna be you know, carving monuments, you know, of this moment, you know, in the future, like that. They have to hold on to that at the same time.
The sense of this being part of something bigger, not just a Never Trump rally, but part of something that has a real constituency. It'll be interesting to see if that happens.
Yeah, I mean, it needs to be tied to policy. And what we've yet to hear from anyone associated with this group or others is what specifically are you going to do on the policy front to see this agenda through in the way in which you've described. I want to get to a little bit of your work because you do a lot of work on pro-democracy conservatives. In a moment like this, I think where we're talking about trying to find common ground, which I don't think we've seen in months now up until this point, is there still room for common ground? Is that a thing of the past at this point? What's your estimation?
I mean, I not to be quaint about it, but I think that there are a lot of people in this country across the political spectrum that really do believe in small d democratic principles. A lot of the work that I'm doing is going around to states across the country, working with folks across the ideological spectrum, but including conservatives, Republican secretaries of state, Republican election administrators that are very focused on how do we ensure that we have free and fair elections in 2026, which I know is something that people are concerned about. You know, the Trump administration has talked about federal overreach of elections. The SAVE Act is up in Congress. I think that bedrock principle of one person, one vote, ensuring that elections work is something that people across the country really do believe in. I also think, and again, not trying to be pedantic, but you know, this is the 250th year anniversary of the country. There's an opportunity here to demonstrate what are American values and principles that we hold dear. And one of them is freedom of expression and freedom of speech. And so, you know, I think these rallies are a byproduct of that. But I've met a lot of people across the political spectrum that really do want to get to a better place, that really do want to get, you know, across this division. But it's gonna take work to get there. And it's gonna take less demonizing of our political opponents. We've done some research at Johns Hopkins that shows that over 50% of Democrats and over 50% of Republicans don't just disagree with the opposite political party, but they see them as evil. It's gonna be hard to make progress irrespective of protest and action if we see fellow Americans as fundamentally evil. And so figuring out how we get beyond that is going to be incredibly important, and it's going to take more work than you know, than showing up to No Kings rallies.
And you have spent a lot of time focusing on protests, how they affect confidence in democracy. For viewers watching all these rallies unfold today, seeing the outcome, what is the big difference here between those healthy democratic dissent, these healthy conversations, people who disagree, and the kind of polarization that can really make institutions feel even weaker? And we know we have.
Yeah. So just a side note, introduced it before, but there's a term, schismogenesis. All right. Schismogenesis. So schismogenesis, coined by the anthropologist Gregory Bateson in 1935, refers to the creation of social divisions through progressive differentiation and identity formation in opposition to others. It describes a feedback loop that splits groups or individuals, are often escalating into conflict, which Bateson classified into symmetrical and complementary forms. Okay, so roughly speaking, is that even if you have a group that seems united, that, you know, especially in the context of a, you know, democratic system that has, you know, voting and, you know, that numbers actually matter, right? That, you know, you need efforts, movements, energy, whatever you want to call it, of uniting people and to then cohesively vote, you know, on a like on not consensus, but like to, you know, to rally against a single topic, like who should be the politician, who should be the representatives, etc. So that left and right do, you know, the same thing, but obviously in this context, it's left-wing politics, where left-wing, you know, politics has been divisive in of itself. Like, forget left versus right. It's left versus left, right? Where you are, you know, there's these micro spectrums of how left are you? So how much left-wing values do you have? Are you, you know, pro-communism, pro-socialism? You know, are you, you know, thinking about universal basic income? Like, so if the politics gets so bad within that, you know, left-wing side, then they can't, you know, if they've consequently, you know, come up with 6 politicians or 6 representatives to represent them, and then, you know, that becomes a minority within the broader American politics, then, you know, you get one right-wing politician that the whole right-wing group is, rally behind. And then you got 6 politicians, pretend politicians, trying to, fight amongst each other. And then it's 1 versus 6. Then, just basic math is that that the left-wing total population divided up into 6 is going to be a minority. The general election results is going to be a minority and not have that many, electoral college votes or points, whatever it's called. So, it's a better stance if they can assemble to 1 person, and then it could be 1 versus 1, right? And then they might have a chance of actually, beating the right wing, candidate. But, as we talked about before with the anarchist group, that it's anarchies, not a single monolithic political group. There's insane amounts of division that, to the point that they might not even assemble within themselves, that they're not going to vote for 1 person. So, we saw that there was 12 different anarchist groups that, disagree about various things that, becomes, practically speaking, unproductive. So, yeah, again, right wing, does the same thing, that they'll find their own divisions. But with at least the recent election with, Trump, is that, at the time with Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and all that, I thought that left-wing people would at least rally and assemble behind Joe Biden. And I was wrong in that there's a lot of left-wing people that hated Joe Biden to the point that they lost, the re-election. So, that was a surprise of the lack of unification to the point of being productive, right? Is that they might have had a chance of beating Trump and to get Joe Biden reelected if they did unify. That I think the numbers, might have came in better, but that's just basic, voting math that they fucked up on.
We have seen a lot of that over the last couple of years.
Well, I think part of it is polarization on its own is not necessarily a bad thing. It's a good thing in a democracy to disagree with one another. Where it gets bad is when you have what's called effective polarization. When you, as I was saying, demonize your political opponent, see them as less than, see them as not American. And so, even for those folks out today, they're expressing their American right to be in the streets, and that is, there's a lot of countries where, if you think that democracy is on the downswing here, there's a lot of countries where these protests could not happen the way they're happening today. And I think that's something, really to celebrate. I think the key is how do you bring more people into this bigger tent, this democracy bigger tent? I think it needs to be seen as fundamentally American, not really tied to the Democratic Party per se, but as part of broader principles. And again, seeing
he was disagreeing with himself. He was saying, democracy's on a decline, but no actually good examples. And then if you go, well, if we contextualize this to the world, that we actually have a very strong voting system that, if you went to any place else, you wouldn't be able to rally and assemble and collect, voter registration forms and have a petition, have a referendum going along. Actually, America's really good at it's just bullshit politics, flip-flopping.
But demonization is something that is not, and I think that's something that we've lost a bit in this country as of late.
Kind of considering history a little bit, I think history would tell us that we have these moments of tension. It sort of resolves itself, and then we sort of enter yet a new era. Does it appear that sort of what we've seen in the past will sort of play out yet again? That the way in which we've seen the women's rights movement, the gay rights movement, the civil rights movement play out, all of those moments created an amount of tension that created eventually policy that led to additional rights for women, for people of color, for the disabled. Are we potentially in that same era yet again?
Maybe. I mean, yeah, American history is one in which there's been a lot of starts and stops. There are people that say, oh, well, our democracy's never been as bad as it is now. We had the Civil War. We had those, the 60s where you had a high prevalency of political assassinations. And so obviously we've gotten through challenging times before. And that said, this time is different, as all times are different, but this time is different just given, given technology, given the discomfort that I think people are feeling in the current moment, with things like artificial intelligence, creating this notion of what our jobs
none
look
of
like.
this
There's all
is
these factors
special.
that are coming up at the same time. And so I think that there's definitely the hope that this moves, into an era, where you sort of do have Congress working, where you have people working across differences to get things done. We're honestly in administrations, and that needs to end. But I think it takes work to get there. We can't expect that just because other periods of tumult in this country have resulted in progress, that this time will as well. And so the hope is that we can become stronger on the other side, and both Republicans and Democrats are fearful for the state of our democracy right now. But that's definitely not guaranteed. That's something that we'll have to fight for, and probably engage in activities that might be uncomfortable. And by that I mean engaging across difference and recognizing that we all have to live together somehow. And I think that's something that we can sometimes forget about in moments like this too.
Yeah, I think that is a point that we can at least all agree on. When it comes to protest movement like this, it's too hard to measure success. I think it looks different for everyone. What are you specifically going to be looking for in the days and weeks ahead to show, was this a one-day movement or protest, or something that is actually going to bring policy change, something that will see an outcome in the midterm elections?
I think you have to look at whether the people at these rallies stay engaged. I remember the women's marches after the first Trump administration, after the victory of the first Trump administration. You had about 500,000-600,000 people marching in New York City, and you had less than that voted in the New York City primaries only months later. You have to so in that case, the action wasn't translated into the policy change you all are talking about. So do these rallies, or do you see upswings in voter registration? Do you see upswings in terms of people participating? We have a primary coming up in DC for mayor and city council. People need to participate in that, and then they need to take action on issues that they care about as well.
So like, the point is like the protests. So of the people who vote in general are people that are politically active, mentally speaking, right? That they're engaged and energized. They're upset about, politician, policy, whatever, political party, etc. So if you're looking at very myopically, right, it makes somewhat sense to try to, like, through osmosis, trying to say, we have an energetic group of people and we want others, the non-voting people, to become active, right? There's like that type of thinking, except that the reality for many of these, kind of protests is that it's annoying. Right. It's literally blocking off the street. You had your commute on a Saturday, and now, you got police blockades or a group of people just taking up the streets, and obviously not following any type of traffic laws. They're not jaywalking. They're literally just walking down the street. So like it becomes annoying, and then you get politically disengaged. You say, fuck these people. They just ruined my commute. I need to get to that place today. And now I got to spend an extra 20 minutes driving round to get to where I wanted to be today. Instead of, these people, like seen in this photo, like just wait, sitting at intersection at the off the road. Right. So at least in that sense, like that's, less like harmful for general infrastructure and society, but if you're not engaged in politics and then you're seeing this type of movement, at least the thinking is that it's like, I'm being, again, like the fear of missing out, FOMO kind of stuff of like, I should, the thinking is that I'm missing out on this movement, right? Here's these, energetic people, at least among themselves, they look like they're being civil, and I get to join this big group and become part of something, right? That's the thinking. And then, we're figuring out that 40%, 40 something percent of Americans are completely disengaged. They don't even have the voting, the licensing or whatever it is to vote, right? Voter registration, didn't even, register, right? So, the thinking is like either that the accusation or the claim is that they're just not educated. They just need to be taught. And, if you actually studied politics, it's like, well, it makes sense that some people get disappointed about supporting politics or a political party in general, if they voted and then the politician gets that role or responsibility and then they don't handle it correctly, right? That you had expectations of a political party and then it got ruined and you go, fuck this, I'm not going to vote. It's all rotten. It's not one side or the other. It's all rotten. And why even engage? It doesn't matter. My vote doesn't actually count. That's the type of thinking. And so, if you were trying to do these types of movements, you have to have like a moral stance that is not going to be flip-flopping in the future, right? Like immediately as the person becomes president or, becomes elected for whatever political position. So, you have to have this kind of plan, right? Of principles, societal principles, political principles that you can not only be productive, like it actually fruitions into something useful, but that, it's not as like, of like flip-floppy as like, oh, I'm just trying to make society better or something like that's not a, principle you can back. You're just, talking good guys good, bad guys bad. It's like, well, that doesn't like, I think it was Obama, which was like this idea that like it'd be the end of wars or something, which is obviously didn't happen. He initiated, conflicts and battles. So, it's like it requires a certain level of political philosophy and planning and all that kind of stuff to not only have a decent set of principles, but to then implement it so that it creates this, political movement that these people are aspiring, to be or to be doing. And, you got 40% of the population that doesn't believe it. So.
And so I think, what'll be important, maybe there'll be another No Kings rally and the extent to which, you have people continue to come to that is important, but it's sort of easy to get people out the first time, easiest to get people out the second, third time, not as easy to get people out a fourth and fifth time because they want to see what their action is turning into. And so the extent to which, people stay engaged is going to be important. One additional point I'll make that I think has been an important part of these rallies, they have tended, and there's been research that demonstrates this, they have tended to skew a little on the older side. And this is to take nothing away from older individuals, but young Americans right now are really frustrated and verging on cynical with politics. And they're just, the risk is that they divorce from the system entirely because they see it as not worth fighting for. These are young people that grew up during COVID that Trump has come to define their entire political life. And so one other thing I'd be looking at is, can these protests, veer younger, not just, kids of parents, but, getting 20 and 30-year-olds out as well. And you look at these pictures and you're not quite seeing that. That's not the most scientific way to look at it. But I do think that, the extent to which young people are coming out is something that's a weakness right now and needs to be focused on too.
Well, it's interesting because older Americans tend to be much more politically active than we traditionally younger Americans. And it does beg the point, what's being done on that front to address younger Americans that we think economically are being adversely affected by things like AI and are being effectively shut out of the job market in many cases. I think sort of taking in what you've seen today from the demonstrations here, the crowds, the signs, those No King banners that a lot of people have, what should civic action actually look like from here today?
Yeah, I think there's a number of ways to take action. Some of it is showing up in local community meetings and just being in local community spaces. And again, Maryland has primaries, DC has primaries. There's states across the country that are going to have primaries. It's getting active in those campaigns. It is getting in touch with your local officials, your local members of Congress, but also local state reps, state senators, talking to them about issues that you care about. I do think that in addition to finding candidates that you care about, there is going to be an important role that individuals can play in protecting the sanctity of free and fair elections in 2026, and that can include becoming poll watchers, becoming nonpartisan election observers, which is something that happens in a lot of other countries and can happen here as well. And so really paying attention to, to ensuring that the elections are free and fair and trusted. I think the other thing that people need to do, and you all are providing a service of this, is, is make sure that they're paying attention and getting news from reputable sources. This is, again, going back to young people, about 75% of young people are getting, their news on social media, which is not necessarily a problem, but, some of that can be, not the most factual of news as well. And so making sure that you're getting non-biased news and that you're engaging friends and neighbors on that as well, I think is important. So part of it is just making sure that you're acting politically, not partisan, but politically every single day in terms of paying attention, getting involved in local communities and doing what you can to protect the sanctity of elections in 2026 too.
Scott, before we let you go, I just want to touch on something that you mentioned because you've said it twice now. You've talked about elections. Do you have a legitimate concern that the policies that the Trump administration is trying to enact, that according to them, they say are going to strengthen elections in this country, do you feel that it will do otherwise?
I think that there is a reasonable case to make that the Trump administration is engaging in behavior that would erode trust in elections at the best, and that there might be interventions that do more than.
Okay, so to give us some like historical context, there's the stuff with voter ID law, right? That there are places within America, the voting booth, the voting whatever location is not asking for proof of citizenship, right? And left-wing politics is saying that somehow it's discriminatory or racist to ask or to require identification. So right now in those locations, if it's typically a community center, it's a church, or it's a some place that's publicly accessible. You walk in, and then if the ID is required, they've got a big book saying, okay, typically you can't just vote wherever. So you're voting someplace. If you live at one location and that's been, registered with like the post office or whatever, the city you live in, then your name is on that book that the voting staff have, right? So, it's at that point, it's theoretically possible to be like faking it, where you're saying, hey, I live at this place, my name is John Smith, and give you my ballot. So at least if there's a voter like the ID requirements, they'd be like, okay, hey, my name is John Smith. They go through the addresses and all that kind of stuff there. On the book side says they live at this location, and then if the ID is required, you have to show typically a driver's license or something with a face ID. So obviously for most people that's the driver's license. So then they would show the driver's license, confirming that this person the person in front of me, right, looks like the person on the card, and that the name is also the same as what's registered, right? So there's that aspect of the voter ID laws. The other one is mail-in ballots, right? Where, like I said before, it's like, hey, you got to go to some local building, right? Physically, get into it. And, if you've got a wheelchair, you've got to make your way with your wheelchair. That's the requirements. But with mail-in ballots is that you can request, for the places that allow it, you can request for the ballot. The actual document that says, who you want to vote for can be sent to your house or to your location. And then you can, fill it out on your dinner table and then send it in a mail, right? But so that the issue is that, it's even less identification verification, ID verification than the, physically going to the place, and that anybody can receive that mail and then write, who they are, wanting to be the elected, and then send it in. And there were issues where I think it was, people were collecting those documents, like multiples. It wasn't just like stealing out of a mailbox or something. I think it was like, issues with the when the ballot actually gets officially accepted by the government, these voting staff, that it has to be legitimate. So when you physically go to the buildings and vote, that typically they've got this machine. It's essentially a vault that scans the ballot to figure out who you voted for, and then it goes into this secure machine box, so that hypothetically, if they wanted to do a recount or to make sure that it's one person, one vote, then they have this physical paper box collection to double check the information. And so when it was the mail-in ballots, I think it was that these ballots were getting, I could be wrong about this particular point, but I think it was that these mail-in ballots, they either weren't getting sent out, and then some fraudulent user were signing, filling in the ballots, multiple, a single individual was sending, filling out multiple ballots, and then obviously manipulating the electoral system. Or it was the recipient side, so they would they would get the legitimate ballots coming in mail, and then there'd be a person collecting it, and then before it officially went into the machine or to the system to to count it up, the ballots were filled with the fraudulent users votes. So at least from like a conceptual theoretical level, if you're quadriplegic and can't get out of bed type situation, like it's a difficult situation, but at least for the legitimacy of the voting process, like either have it mandatory to have to show up to these voting locations to do voting regularly, or in these types of like I'm stuck in a bed type situation, having the voting staff physically go to these people that are bedridden and whatnot to have them vote, and verify that they're the person doing so, and then check for voter ID, and then collect the votes, and then at least that hurdle isn't an issue. Obviously that's wildly expensive, and there's a reason that they make regular people go to a centralized location instead of you got some staff just running around the neighborhood trying to collect votes. Like it's magnitudes of difference in expenses. So there are ways to make it more fair and all that kind of stuff, even from a democratic left-wing perspective, but at least for as of this moment, it's just been considered some sort of discriminatory like you're out to get them type thing of like requiring IDs. So and then the mail-in ballots that's forcing people to leave their homes to vote is somehow discriminatory. So like, it wouldn't be too far-fetched for a left-wing person or politician to support the idea of like, okay, for the people that are actually bedridden or doing mail-in ballots for the sake of medical purposes, we're just going to fund some, staff person and, maybe some cops to physically go to, these individuals that truly can't go to these voting locations to make sure that they are allowed to vote fairly and still confirm, that they're an actual citizen that is allowed to vote. So they haven't suggested it, but, it would make sense that they would support it.
That in the worst, the push to federalize elections in this country have always been locally run. That's a bedrock of our Constitution. You have it looks highly unlikely the SAVE Act will pass, but that's still going to be used by the Trump administration to to say that there's undocumented immigrants voting, which is not happening. So I think that there's definitely the case that they're going to sow distrust. I think the good news is that elections in this country are still locally run, and so I've had the privilege and opportunity of meeting folks across the political spectrum. They're running elections in in Idaho, in Kansas, in Arizona, in Georgia, Wisconsin. They're doing an incredible job, and so I think that what gives me hope right now is that you have regularly everyday Americans that are running elections, and we need to provide them support right now. But I think that it can't be taken for granted that the administration sees these midterms as existential. Democrats see these midterms as existential. Every election for the last few decades has seemed existential, and it means that there's a higher risk that there could be malevolent intervention in elections.
All right, Scott Warren from the SNF Agora Institute at Johns Hopkins. We really appreciate your time and all your insight.
Okay, he was making a point of like that illegal, not immigrants, just illegal, people. And we're following the definition of what an immigrant actually means in the American law context is if you just jump over the fence, that you're not an immigrant. But so at least colloquially, we call it illegal immigrants, and that's, whatever the common term. But so there is evidence that those people are voting, and at least from, that context is that, it makes sense that if you're illegal, that you have a very strong incentive to vote that supports the idea of, softer immigration laws and requirements and citizenship criteria, just, really soften it up. You have a very strong incentive to do so. So I'm not even sure Google's going to answer this, but, how many illegal people voted for elections. Let me see. I think it's probably going to be too spicy. Okay, it is too spicy. Let's see. Time magazine saying so Trump keeps railing against non-citizen voting. Research shows it's extremely rare. Yeah, it's not that it's not happening, it's that it's not that big of a problem is the claim. So they're saying that Trump claimed that between 3 to 5 million illegal votes caused him to lose the popular vote to Hillary Clinton. And 4 years later, the same thing, tens of thousands, alleged to be tens of thousands of non-citizen votes. Here's what we know that found. Okay, Louisiana Secretary of State Nancy Landry announced in September that an ongoing investigation had found 390 non-citizens on the state's voter rolls. That number represents roughly 0.01% of the 2.9 million registered voters in Louisiana. Of the 390 non-citizen registrants identified by investigation, Landry said 79 had voted in at least one election. Okay, so again, technically it's not zero, right? So you can't say it's nobody's doing it. You can say it's a very small number. That's fair. That's fair to say it's a very small number. 390 for 2.9 million is a very small number. It is not zero. Okay. Now, if you're talking about local elections instead of like presidential, country sized elections, that local elections typically are determined by tens of hundreds of people sometimes. So 390 people can be significant in the context of a like city level, town level election. That very commonly it is, sometimes only a difference of a few hundred or a few thousand votes. So you cannot say it's not a problem. Technically a problem, the scale of which is debatable. So we're going to end the kind of American perspective of, kings. As we talked about, it's more of a poetic, feelings centered argument. It feels like a king, Donald Trump is a king, technically not a king in any context, but it feels like it, where he didn't even break the law or he's trying to implement, or he's trying to push, legislation that would give the president even more power. Hasn't done that as far as, what we just talked about. It feels as though he's acting like a king, even though it's letter of the law, completely allowed. So, now, as far as, again, this is my 2D political spectrum thing, USA is like around, that it has a lot more individual liberty than social collective principles, that America, on average, we're just averaging all of America to be simple about it. It has a more adversarial system instead of a totalitarian dictatorial system. That it's baked into the Constitution, baked into, if you support democracy, that means you support an adversarial system. And if there was no democracy, then we'd be way over here of like, China and Russia and whatnot. So, I'm going to delete some of these things. Americans, Schismogenesis, Ancient Rome. Okay. So to give an actual example of a monarch, right? We talked about absolute monarchies, constitutional monarchies. And the closest example, as seen in my little graph, is North Korea is the closest thing to absolute, textbook, stereotypical definition of a king, a monarch, an absolute monarchy. And so we're going to go into studying North Korea for the rest of the stream. So if you don't know North Korea, okay, North Korea. Oh, crap. It auto-filled. Okay. North Korea. All right. So looking at the map, make sure that it's still visible. All right. If you don't know anything, right, about North Korea, you go, who is that? You go, okay. So we're staring at the whole world. We go, all right. We got Africa over here. We got America way over here. And then we're staring at Eastern Asia. Now we're getting a little bit closer. So give context. North Korea is right here. You go zoom in right there. All right. Japan right here. South Korea right here, right? And now North Korea, China has the longest border with North Korea. So this is all of China. And then here's the northern kind of chunk of China. And so there's a huge border between, these are like populated areas, right? Not just like, the woods. So you got China, and then all around here it gets up to North Korea. And there's a chunk, a sliver, a morsel of, technically, there is Russia that shares a border with North Korea. And so, for various economic reasons, North Korea has, deals with China and Russia. And there's various documentaries. When Vice used to be good, they had, investigations. Vice is American-based journalism at this point, that, North Korea would send laborers, people chopping down trees into Russia to work, and then Russia would send resources to North Korea. And then same thing, China, China doesn't need North Korea in any sense, but, they're politically loosely allied. At any point, if China wanted to wipe the North Koreans off the map, I think it would be fairly easy to do so. But, they've got their own deals. And then for the most part, North Korea and South Korea trade absolutely nothing. There's nothing, being at least like, shared in the sense of resources and like labor. The only thing that, travels across the border, is South Korea frequently flies or like shoots fake. No, they send like cell phones and food. They just toss it over the border to try to like lure, North Koreans, or at least teach the North Koreans about the life, what is life like in South Korea or the rest of the world. So, very, very like simple, at least geographic lessons about where North Korea is positioned in the world. Again, Eastern Asia and direct borders with China, Russia, and South Korea. And, the historical origin stuff is a whole different topic, but, in the context of what we're talking about, this monarchy, they are on bad terms with South Korea, bad terms with Japan, and that it's not that zero people from the outside world can go to North Korea. There's actually tourism in North Korea, so that if you were, I don't know if you can be South Korean, but at least if you're American, you can go to North Korea as a tourist. Obviously, we're going to get into the details of what that even looks like, but it is possible for regular people, not like politicians or celebrities, like regular people to go to North Korea but it's not for labor. It's not for services. It's just purely for tourism. You can't work there for the vast majority of people. I think there might be some exclusions, but for, general rule, not allowed to work there. So there's that. The capital is in Pyongyang, and, for the most part, if you're just looking, again, this is Google Maps, so I'm not saying it's accurate, like 100% accurate, but if you're just getting like a broad look of like infrastructure, you say, well, South Korea has got a lot of roads and highways and a lot of stuff going on. You see all these lines, and you go, look at North Korea, not a lot going on. They do have towns and, the capital and roads and infrastructure, but then as soon as you, stare at a distance, it's not a lot going on. And there's quite a bit of, deep woods that are essentially undeveloped if, you're staring at from space. So there's many, many videos about North Korea, and if very like rough, kind of, too long didn't read type summary is that North Korea is extremely protective and isolationist about many, many aspects about life, the economy, society in North Korea. So here's a video from Explore and Discover, E&D, with 230,000 subscribers, YouTube video title with Living Conditions in North Korea, How Ordinary People Live.
I'm in Pyongyang, the capital of North Korea. I arrived here as part of a regular tourist group, but at some point slipped away to look around and discover on my own.
Okay, so just as a quick thing, you can watch these documentaries unpaused on your own time. I gave you the title, I gave you the channel, so you can look at it in your own time, but I'm going to pause this several times. So typically, like I said, Americans can go to North Korea and do this tourism stuff. It is extremely regulated, and I'm not even quite sure this guy is not being watched actively by either police or the tourism staff, right? The North Korean tourism staff. So he might be under the impression that he's like walked off, but very unlikely. So not impossible, I guess, but very unlikely that he's like on his own.
Check out this cool bike. It's a Suzuki. I walk up to the residential buildings. Notice there's no glass in the first floor windows, but people live there. I saw this many times from the bus window. In winter, they stretch plastic film over the window openings because glass is expensive. Often you see plastic windows even in buildings that look new from the outside. Here there's plastic instead of a window, and that's an air conditioner. In the provinces, here's a photo. Sometimes entire houses have plastic film windows. I go further. Right next to the apartment block, there's a dug-up vegetable plot. That's common here, like this garden in the center of Pyongyang. These are little tomatoes growing. Or is it potatoes? Yeah, they're probably potatoes. Which of course means that even residents of North Korea's richest city can't always buy these vegetables in the store.
Okay, so North Korea technically has, it's not a 100% orchestrated economy. It's not like, okay, you imagine the pyramid. It's not like Kim Jong-un, leader of North Korea is, he's not at the top of the pyramid and also like micromanaging every aspect of the citizens' lives, right? There is, again, very little, but some free market elements, and we'll see that in a bit. But so, this is not, if you studied communism, where at least like the loose definition of communism doesn't have private ownership or, personal possessions, right? At least in like classical comical versions of communism, there is no money, right? Zero money, zero personal possessions. In North Korea, there's very limited but existing personal property and money. So when you have those elements, there is some competitive aspects. It's going to, in the broader North Korean economy, it's highly, highly regulated of when, people are allowed to have those types of, again, quote unquote, freedoms, if you want to, very loosely use the term. So that, he's showing off, that people are growing their own food that's most likely not regulated by the government. And then people are figuring out that it's, windows aren't affordable. So assuming that's correct, that, that glass is too expensive or whatever. Now, if you were thinking about it, it's like, oh, North Koreans like communism or something. No, because that at least, in this kind of, stereotype of communism, that there wouldn't be that kind of scarcity where, it would just be that everyone has to have glass windows or something instead of, people can't afford glass windows. So
solo walk is extremely risky. For me, because foreigners aren't allowed to wander alone. And for anyone I might meet, after talking with a foreigner, a local is almost certain to be summoned for questioning by the competent authorities, so I try not to get anyone in trouble. This here, that's a stockpile of coal. There's a smokehouse inside. Inside, they keep a bicycle. That's why you don't see bikes parked out on the street, even though many people ride them. And there's a stove fired with coal, right by the entrance. When a local notices me, I leave so as not to cause him problems.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
There's underwear drying, if you can see it. The place I went into is the dwelling of a stoker, a very common profession in North Korean cities. There's usually no central heating in the buildings, and the high-rises are warmed by coal-fired boiler rooms in the basements. That's why above North Korea's towers you can see a scary sight, as if the building were on fire. You can see the building up top is smoking. It's just that in cold weather, the firemen toss in more coal. Homes and office buildings smoke like that. Even school classrooms are heated with coal during their lessons.
Jesus Christ, coal.
In city buildings, the electricity and water sometimes get shut off, and people cook on coal too. Here's a bit filmed by Chinese tourists. They're allowed to see more than others.
Here I boil water. There I make soup. Here I cook grain.
So if you don't know, so the tourism aspect is that what I was saying, highly regulated. It's very common, or the norm is that whatever location that tourists, right, non-North Koreans have access to, just like visually, like can see from a distance, is very likely to be regulated. That, the windows have to be this, and there's some other stories of like entire grocery stores are fake grocery stores are built filled with fake food so that it looks like there's a surplus of food. And then you realize that, just by staring at the people that were walking around, you can see, let's see. Yeah. I mean, you'll there's still several minutes of this video, but you'll see that almost everybody is not fat, like no obesity. Nobody's got a gut. Again, these are regular, close enough to, loosely defined sense of like normal North Korean citizens, that, even if they live in this kind of metropolitan location, there's not like a huge access to lots of food. So
there I cook the rest. I can cook everything at once. It's a stove. I light it and it heats and cooks everything.
Is it with coal or firewood?
It's with coal. There's coal. I keep coal there, but in winter I add some firewood.
And how much coal do they give you per month?
Less than 100 kilos a month. In winter, it's really not enough.
For a family of how many people?
For 4. But my daughter is already married, and my son is serving.
The same kinds of stoves are installed in high-rise apartments. See, the pipe goes out the window, so inside there's a little potbelly stove that heats this apartment. Just note that this apartment is in a big multi-story building like this. So in cold weather, Pyongyang is wrapped in smoke and smells like a campfire. Do you smell the coal?
I do.
It's because all these towers are actually heated with coal.
Which also creates a kind of surreal feeling.
I mean, imagine heating a building like this with coal. It's pretty wild.
What, with boiler rooms and stokers?
Yeah, right, exactly. Directly in the basement. And they fire them up. You smell the coal, right? It is really strong.
I smell it, yes.
Here, so one of the things, we're kind of trying to like analyze is here's a spectrum of like, again, left to right, individual liberty on the left, social collective on the right. So a way of defining social collective is the ability for the governmental system to micromanage people, right? To regulate, the antithesis of liberty, right? The antithesis of, freedom is that everything is regulated, that, there are rules and laws to follow, and, people can't deviate from that. So that's one way, we're defining that, and that, we're seeing that people are making some of their decisions that they have to make is in the context of this highly regulated, not 100%. The North Korean government doesn't micromanage 100% of everybody's lives, but you're starting to see this trend of like a lot of regulation of like what you're allowed to, not allowed to do on a daily basis. So, there's some very, very small, but small liberties, being allowed to practice, like, I think some of the marriage stuff is free, cooking methods, etc. is freedom. But again, we're just, if we want to be technical, those are slight, it's happening in that sense.
If you notice, the windows in the buildings are lit. Evening Pyongyang, dim as it is, still glows. By the way, from this illumination, you can immediately spot the city's elite districts. See how they stand out. But quite often after midnight, even the elite have their power cut off. And nighttime Pyongyang sinks into darkness. In the provinces, they switch off the power earlier, at 10 or 11 p.m., even in tourist hotels. During the day when we're out, they turn the power off in the hotel. Check this out. See? The lights don't work. There's no electricity. Even the TV doesn't work. So there you go. The air conditioner. Oh, it's on again. They gave us power. It turned on. Apparently they heard me talking. Or it just happened on its own. But just now it came back on.
Do not think if you ever go to North Korea that you're actually alone. All right. Do not ever, not even for a moment, think, oh, they're not looking at me right now. They've got spy equipment all over the place. All right. They just assume that's the situation.
Sometimes the power goes out right in the middle of a tour. Here it disappears in a kindergarten classroom during a demonstration lesson for tourists. And nobody is surprised. There's no light inside, unfortunately. There's just no electricity. Everyone's using flashlights. Hear that hum? That must be the generator starting up. They'll give us power now. Hooray! Obviously, because of the lack of electricity, the water supply is unstable too. Even in the carefully prepared footage North Koreans show from apartments, you can see water tanks for storage. Off the official program, even in cities, you can see people drawing water and washing like this at a spring. A man made a shoulder yoke out of a stick and carries 2 buckets home. Here, people lower a glass jar into a well and use it to pull up water. In some neighborhoods, water is delivered by these fire trucks. But without electricity, it's not easy to pump that water up into an apartment. Buckets have to be hauled up like this, on a rope. Special pulleys for the line can be seen off of many high-rise buildings.
That's a workout.
It's obvious that the main shortage in North Korea isn't food, but electricity. And access to steady electricity is the first thing that distinguishes well-off North Koreans from everyone else. I'll try to film this quickly. See how many windows have solar panels? In many apartments, this is actually the only reliable energy source. It's a solar panel stuck out of the window, like this. These panels here cost from $200. For the vast majority of North Koreans, that's more than their salary for several years. I talked about incomes in North Korea in the previous episode. Take a look. So you only see solar panels on select apartments. The even wealthier can install an air conditioner. You can see those on buildings too. In the previous episode, I showed the prices in stores. But truly rich people can afford more. They can connect their apartment to a permanent source of electricity. That is a very big difference between classes of people here, their ability to have electricity. The rich people can connect to a facility where the power is never cut off, not even at night. This might be a military unit or a strategic enterprise, but much more common is something else. Look at nighttime Pyongyang after the power shuts off. See those patches of light scattered around the city? If you look closely, those are the leaders' portraits. They must always be illuminated, and that big cone of light, that's the monuments to the first 2 Kims. The leaders' photos are the country's most reliable and widespread source of uninterrupted power. If you hook up to that circuit, your air conditioner will run day and night. So the North Korean elite feed on the leaders' energy, and it's not just a metaphor. Here is the well-known photo from space. South Korea glowing with light and North Korea plunged into darkness.
Yeah. So, that's just again, we're going through multiple videos, but just to get like a rough, like introductory thing is that, that's the metropolitan areas, not even the rural areas. Those are the metropolitan areas of North Korea. That there's vast inequality within, the metropolitan areas where the electricity is only, dedicated. Like, it's not that they're intentionally shutting off, lower paying or lower income communities. Most likely it's most that, if everybody were to turn on their air conditioners all at once, there's simply not enough, right? That technologically the infrastructure can't support everybody, turning on high electrical use, devices and machines and whatnot, that they have to use coal instead of electrical to cook. So obviously there's, some sort of infrastructure, centralized location was just, okay, well, we have to keep the lights on for the Kim Jong-un, royalty, the billboards and posters and statues and whatnot, but we have to turn off all the poor people areas in order to, make sure that the richer places are, working. So hopefully this gets into the context of the more of the systemic structures within North Korea. So this is YouTube channel called A Day in History with 848,000 subscribers. So the title, the video is How North Korea Became the Most Controlled Society on Earth, right? So again, we're talking about the context of a monarchy, right? Where this is minimal liberties, not technically zero, but like, again, on the spectrum of all nations and all these kind of, political ideologies, that North Korea is at the tippy top of like the least liberal and the most, totalitarian, a system that does not have a built-in adversarial type mechanics. So here's a 20-minute video. Hopefully we can speed run through it. So
in 1945, Kim Il-sung seized power over North Korea. Backed by the Soviet Union, he envisioned a perfect communist society in the Korean peninsula. The country Kim Il-sung would create became one of the most frightening on Earth. A nation-sized cult under totalitarian control, where the slightest wrong action can land one in a prison camp.
Okay, so in that era of 40s, 50s, that the term communism was being used more like a way to break up, like it was a rhetorical tool to break up businesses and corporations and, entities, business entities that had lots of money and power. So that's the kind of rhetorical tool, so that you could say how it's communism. You try to, do this performance of communism is for the people, right? It's for the sake of the people. It's this, communism community, right? This idea of like not a ridiculous kind of inequality and totalitarian system, right? It's for the people. So rhetorically at the time that was popular, even though, like for example, China still, I think, in many aspects call themselves communists. And then you'll see now that the North Koreans did the same thing. And so that, again, without getting into the deep history, that was kind of the separation of like South Korea, North Korea, was this idea of like how much to, let society do it, the individuals do its thing, so that free market principles could, in theory, form monopolies or, be competitive without necessarily a social welfare system. So like South Korea, North Korea was obviously closer to China, like we just talked about with the maps, closer to China, that, are more willing to break up businesses, corporations, kind of at least like monopolistic oligarchs, in the kind of, big steel, big oil, big corn, big whatever, that at least communism was willing to break them up so that they become government entities, or what you call, nationalizing them, that, at least on paper in the public relations, brochure, said it's going to be owned and operated by the people instead of the elites. And of course, North Korea said that and then did the complete opposite of only being, the government is only the elite. It was a new set of elite, but, it's still elite nonetheless.
Or in front of a firing squad. Every aspect of a North Korean's life, from what they eat to how they dress, is the regime's business, with death and misery awaiting anyone who says otherwise. This is how Kim Il-sung built the most controlled society on Earth that continues to this day. Kim seized control over a country exhausted by decades of Japanese occupation. Having led anti-Japanese guerrillas, he was already a national hero, and plenty of people were happy to go along with his vision of the country. Korea had a long history of monarchy, so it's no surprise that the idea of a single unquestionable leader showed up again after 1945. Korea simply lacked a democratic tradition to draw upon as an alternative anyway. Even South Korea, where the US tried to implement democracy, would see the authoritarian rule of Syngman Rhee in the early years of its existence. Being a communist, Kim came out swinging in 1946 with massive land confiscations and redistribution. Of course, no one owned their own land anymore. Everything was held by the state, who assigned people to work it. All major industries were nationalized, as was public transport and the banks. Pyongyang quickly controlled almost every aspect of the nation's economy and wielded it to pursue the state's chosen goals. Kim's control was bolstered by the military. The Korean People's Army was officially formed in February 1948 and was armed with Soviet weaponry and a single clear goal: reunification of Korea under Kim's communist rule. Kim launched his invasion of the South in June 1950 and saw great success at first. North Korean forces swept down into South Korea and captured Seoul in a matter of weeks, but any feeling of victory was short-lived. The American-led coalition retaliated, pushed Kim's army back across the border, and marched into North Korea. American bombers rained hellfire on the country, killing 15% of its population and flattening around 85% of its buildings. Chinese intervention saved Kim from total defeat and led to a stalemate along the 38th parallel that marks the border to this day. A ceasefire was declared in 1953, but North Korea was in ruins. However, destruction presented an opportunity. North Korea effectively had to be rebuilt from the ground up, both physically and ideologically. It was an almost blank slate for Kim to create whatever society he wanted. If Kim was going to make a new society, he needed an ideological core to build it around. That core was Juche. Juche was the total commitment to North Korea's power and independence in a Marxist-Leninist framework. The entire country would be oriented toward the pursuit of Juche. North Korea would strive to be free of dependence on any foreign power or foreign trade, and would seek to make everything it needed within its own borders, from industry to agriculture. Such a mission required the total devotion of every single North Korean and required the cooperation of every piece of North Korean society. Kim defined Juche as the national interest of North Korea, and the regime was the only thing capable of pursuing Juche. Everything the regime did was in pursuit of Juche.
You saw the crown. There's a little crown.
Everything capable of pursuing Juche.
Crown.
Everything the regime did was in pursuit of Juche, so everything the regime did was automatically for the best interests of the people. Therefore, to oppose the regime or even criticize it in any way became an attack on all of North Korea. Under Juche logic, a worker who complained about being overworked to hit his quotas was basically saying he hated the country and everyone in it. Juche.
Right. So again, some people call it a dictatorship. Practically speaking, monarchies and dictatorships are essentially the same. You might, the historical context, fuck it. All right. If you just oversimplify, for the sake of practical reasons, like, you shouldn't be confused into thinking that, North Korea is not a monarchy. Okay. So, when they're talking about like ability to, say anything that opposes the system that was created, that's a, liberty, a freedom to have. And of course, North Korean, the system said, no, that you can't even talk against it. At least in America, obviously we're bringing it back to the No King's March stuff. At least in America, that if you said that you don't like Donald Trump, right, and you did it in public, that it's visible to others, you did it in front of the White House, you at the gates or at the fence of the White House, you says, you don't like Donald Trump. There is no police force that's going to take you away and you just disappear into, the prison systems. But in North Korea, then and now, you can't do that. Right. So again, the left-wing people in America were like, says, poetically, saying it feels like Donald Trump is a king. It's like, we're not even close. Like, you're being hyperbolic, and there's so many steps before an actual king is being exercised in America. So
Juche allowed Kim to designate any and all opposition as enemies of the nation. It was and remains the basic logic of the entire North Korean system. Of course, inventing an ideology is one thing. Spreading it is quite another. Kim needed to drill these ideas into the people to make them stick. North Korea's propaganda industry is legendary. North Koreans were fed a fabricated history that placed Kim Il-sung and the North Korean regime at the center of the world, and the creation of North Korea as the greatest achievement of mankind. Kim Il-sung effectively became the god of the state religion. His painting hung in every house and workplace in the country, while statues of him were raised in many towns and villages. Every book, film, and newspaper had to conform to the ideological vision of the supreme leader. Anything that carried a message contrary to the regime was banned. Foreign media, especially American and South Korean, was forbidden. The media.
So, in the North Korean context, that Kim Il-sung was elevated, it was a regular guy for a chunk of it, and then of course he took power, and then he rewrote his existence to almost like demigod status, right? Where at least in like what we were talking about with the monarchies of like UK or whatever in the other videos, they were saying, oh, there's this divine right that these kings are legitimized, right? Loosely speaking, legitimized. And then that's how they become empowered. It's like, at least in the North Korean context, the person came first, and then the religion of Kim, the royalty of Kim, of like ancestry or the kind of royalty is created. So, it's not correct just say like every dictator needs, or every monarch needs religion to be legitimized. They just simply took power, and then, again, in the pyramidal sense, they are the peak, right? There's nothing higher. So, they can then rewrite all of their own history. In the North Korean context, they just rewrote their place within Earth, as a whole, right? And could essentially create their own religion, which, we'll see that's exactly what happened.
Meteoric rise of American film and media industries in the 1950s were an especially dangerous threat that Pyongyang worked hard to keep away from the general population. Instead, the tiny North Korean film industry presented films about the exploits of Kim Il-sung or the everyday heroics of good communist citizens. At first, information from other communist nations was a bit more accessible, but with liberalization in the USSR and China in the 60s and 70s away from hardline communism, even these countries became increasingly censored in North Korea. By the late 1960s, a North Korean couldn't even check out a copy of Moscow's official Communist Party newspaper, Pravda, from a library without a security clearance. Naturally, Pyongyang kept tight control of broadcast technology. Radios were only allowed to be tuned to regime-approved channels, which was also true of televisions. Access to radio and television was itself a privilege. You could not buy a TV, only be given one as a reward by the state. Workers who exceeded their quotas consistently, or party officials who demonstrated special loyalty, might be lucky enough to get one. It was rare for an apartment block or neighborhood to have more than one TV.
Right. So, just to give it that context of like, not only are you talking about taking away liberties, which, is obvious, that also monarchies, at the very nature of monarchies is that it's non-adversarial. You want, it's incorrect to say it's a monoculture, because yes, for sure it's a monoculture, but it's not specific enough, because, at least you can have everybody that agrees on an adversarial system. So monarchies are specifically, they eliminated opposition. Obviously, at that time there wasn't like an election to say, hey, does Kim Il-sung have the legitimacy, or can we every 4 years vote on a new leader of North Korea? It's not even, at that point you can't call it a president. It's and it's not like what is it, the title of North Korean leader in the 1950s. 1950s. That was a hell of an official. Okay, so the North Korea is the common term, technically speaking. Obviously, that's how the rest of the world calls North Korea North Korea. But their official title, and this is self-appointed, not the rest of the world gave the name, is the premier of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, DPRK, is the, self-appointed name of the nation, right? And then the premier is the official title. So not a president, not, like king, but, they're at least, like, obviously this is translated into English from Korean, but, the equivalent of whatever a premier is. So at least, let's see, the etymology of a premier is... Okay, a premier in the etymological sense is from the mid 15th century, first in time, earliest in appearance, right? So like from Spanish primero, that first in rank or importance, from French premier, first chief, from Latin primarius, of the first rank, chief, principal, excellent, from primus, first, right? So that's, their titling system. And so what we're seeing is that they don't have an election that everyone already from the beginning of the inception of like North Korea, that that democracy or what's the DPRK, right? So the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. None of that, they're not democratic, and it's definitely not a republic. So that's why at least most people in the world, you don't have to, but most people just call it North Korea instead of DPRK, because of, at least like following some political principles. It wouldn't be correct to say that it's democratic in any sense. So
TV even in the 1990s. This meant that North Koreans wanting a better life were encouraged to cozy up to the regime in hopes of getting special rewards. In the case of TVs and radios, it also allowed the state to easily track the people with potential access to foreign media and crack down if they stepped out of line. Travel restrictions prevented foreign influence arriving through tourists and immigration, while most North Koreans were never allowed to leave the country to be exposed to new ideas. For example, North Korea still has only one international airport, which only exists to serve official business flying to a handful of foreign destinations, mainly Moscow and Beijing. Kim Il-sung succeeded in creating a nation where reality didn't exist outside of what the regime said. They controlled every avenue of information and censored or destroyed anything that contradicted them. North Korean...
Right, so these are the accusations that left-wing people in America, right? Not every left-wing person, but at least the people, the 10% that actually, showed up to these protests are saying Donald Trump is just like this guy, where he goes... censors the media, that, you can't say anything that opposes him. You can't have a system that opposes him, etc. So again, the huge contrast of like, reality versus like poetry.
Children would grow up knowing no other world except the one Kim Il-sung had made for them. Of course, there were those who might disagree with Kim's ideas. Most had no power to do anything about it, but rival communists could certainly pose a threat. Naturally, Kim needed them gone. Aside from Kim's own captains communists who were drawn from his anti-Japanese guerrillas, North Korea had three other communist factions. The Soviet Koreans wanted to more closely follow the Soviet model and become a satellite of Moscow. The Yan'an were admirers of Mao and wanted to follow the Chinese model, while a third faction of South Korean exiles led by Pak Han-young dreamed of seizing power through reunification. The war and the rebuilding of the nation gave Kim the perfect opportunity to purge them from Pyongyang. The South Koreans were easy targets. They'd assured Kim that the South Koreans would rise up against their American oppressors and join the North during the invasion. That hadn't happened. This could only be explained by the South Korean communists being lying traitors. In 1953, Pak Han-young was arrested and accused of treason. The regime ruled he was an American spy and had him shot. His death and the failure of the South to rise up and join the North during the war spelled the end for the South Korean communist faction's power. Similarly, the leader of the Soviet Koreans, Ho Ka-i, was purged from his positions in 1953 and turned up dead shortly after. The Yan'an faction leader Kim Tu-bong also vanished mysteriously after being removed from all of his posts. These purges incited so much fear that rival communists tried launching a coup against Kim Il-sung in August 1956. Remaining members of the Soviet and Yan'an factions tried to subvert Kim at the annual party conference by declaring him an insane tyrant whose policies were destroying the country. Unfortunately for them, Kim's propaganda and his reputation as a hero for fighting the Japanese had already He earned him too much loyalty. The communists did not rally to the Soviet and Yan'an factions' calls to depose Kim, and the critics only succeeded in marking themselves out as targets. Dozens, if not hundreds, of people disappeared in the following months as Kim cleaned house. All of them people who publicly spoke against him were killed, while the Soviet and Yan'an factions were completely destroyed. By 1960, Kim Il-sung had wiped out all 3 rival communist factions and killed hundreds of critics from the highest political levels. No one would be brave enough to criticize him again.
Here, to give some credit, like an extend an olive branch to, left-wing people that in America that's, went to these marches. Trump, given that if he wasn't in the American constitutional context, right, he would be the type of person that, if he was given the same opportunities as Kim Il-sung, that he probably would have done similar things, right? That would, to give some credit to left-wing people is that, it's one thing to say that, he's not a king now in the American context, but, that he acts like a king if given a different context. Again, that's very, giving a lot of credit, but it wouldn't be surprising given Trump's personality that, he's kicked out people for not, kicking people out for not agreeing with him. He had the whole TV show of firing people. And so the non-adversarial aspect, right? The non-adversarial aspect of Trump is partially true. So, to give some credit, but that, obviously Trump's in the American context that I don't know if it's correct to say that Trump would, given the actual opportunity, dismantle the adversarial, system that America has, right? That's a little too far. But if it was in North Korea at the same time as Kim Il-sung and had the same, kind of situation as Kim Il-sung, it might have happened.
No society can be built merely with propaganda and purges, though. Kim also needed to seize total control of the economy and the daily lives of his people. Kim launched a 3-year plan in 1954 to rebuild the country's shattered heavy industry, followed by a 5-year plan to reinvigorate agriculture and mobilize the workforce. Like other communist nations, North Korea seized control of farmland. Farmers were reorganized into state-run cooperatives, where land and labor were controlled entirely by the state. Between farming, industry, and the military, the state also assumed control of everyone's employment. Jobs were assigned based on performance in early education or on social status. The best students would be selected for college education, but everyone ultimately worked where the regime told them to. With its control of farming, the regime also took tight control over the food supply. For example,
so we'll talk about it in a second, but there's this term called songbung, and that where's the thing? There it is. So, it's the next video, but it's songbun is the caste system. So the same system of within Hinduism where there's different strata of existence, essentially, the Brahmin, the what's the fucking term? Brahmin, Indian caste system terms. Okay, so key terms include Gotra, Shastras, and Purohita. I don't know, butchered the names. But Brahmin, Varna, Gotra, Purusha, something. So that's, if you understand Indian caste systems, then you'll understand North Korean caste systems, that people are born, right? Not like, you get treated equal a little bit and then it breaks off into different groups. You're born into a whole different caste that ultimate, for the most part, you can't leave. Right. So we'll get to that in a second, but even in, so that kind of system of lack of liberties was being practiced at that time. So
also assumed control of everyone's employment. Jobs were assigned based on performance in early education or on social status. The best students would be selected for college education, but everyone ultimately worked where the regime told them to. With its control of farming, the regime also took tight control over the food supply. For example, in 1957, all private trade of rice and other grains was banned. The staple food of the North Korean diet would be almost entirely distributed as a ration by the state until the 1990s. The regime also controlled the distribution of other foodstuffs, including eggs and meat, which were heavily rationed.
So this is like the, North Korean version of, I mean, it's the same as Chinese probably, but at least the North Korean version of communism, right? Where it's like, it's not exactly this system. It wasn't exactly being implemented now, but at least for this moment, it was like the idea that people, basic citizens, couldn't even choose what to eat. That everything was being regulated, micromanaged to the point of like, here's how much food you get. Here's the jobs that you're supposed to have. Like that's all being micromanaged.
Black markets existed too, but with a single chicken costing half a month's wage by the 1980s, the average North Korean would rarely use them. This control over the food supply made resistance to the Kim regime almost impossible. Individuals risked losing their access to food if they angered the authorities, while any large-scale rebellion was discouraged since it risked destroying the food distribution system and thus starving the population. In this way, Kim was able to use food to control the country more effectively than any army could. Beyond people's work, Kim also seized control over people's home lives and communities. In 1957, the regime launched a new system called Songbun. It was essentially a communist caste system. The regime looked into the family records of every North Korean and assigned them a Songbun rank based on what their family was doing during the 40s.
Caste system, we just talked about it.
And 50s. Basically, were they a part of the revolution or not? Families who were part of it were classified as loyal, while those whose families included regime enemies like priests and landlords were classified as hostile. Everyone else was classed as wavering. The loyal class received special privileges like fast-track jobs and better homes, while the hostile class received discrimination like being banned from living in major cities. Songbun status affected education, job prospects, marriage, and more. For the most part, Songbun was permanent. Almost nothing could be done to improve one's Songbun, and children inherited the same Songbun as their father. Occasionally, someone might do some exceptional act to improve their Songbun, but this was rare. Conversely, it was easy to lose Songbun. Anyone who acted against the regime got themselves and their family knocked down the scale. Resistance was even more unlikely if someone knew that their great-grandchildren would still be punished if they were caught. On top of their food, jobs, education, and more, Kim also controlled where people lived and moved. Every North Korean was bound to their city or county of residence and could only leave with a permit. Being caught outside your assigned city or country meant arrest, a fine, and possibly imprisonment. North Koreans also weren't allowed to move house without government permission, which would usually only be given if someone needed to move for a new job or if a newlywed wife was moving in with her husband. This was a lot of rules to impose on a society, and it would be impossible for Kim to have his police monitoring everyone's adherence to them. The answer to this was the Inminban system. The Inminban, or People's Group, was the immediate neighborhood or apartment block of between 20 to 40 families that a North Korean belonged to. It had some innocent functions, like managing garbage removal and being a mandatory community.
What they're talking about is like a neighborhood policing, so that obviously if Kim Il-sung were to try to micromanage anything, there's only 24 hours in the day, and that it would take way too long for an individual to do it. So you start delegating, and then those delegates are delegating themselves, and eventually, like, rather than anybody from a Pyongyang central location, right, the capital of North Korea, trying to micromanage locations that are outside of Pyongyang, that would be also, like, practically speaking, very difficult. So then you start kind of, what we talked about before of feudalism, where you have a king, right, at the top, and then they have lords, and then they'll have, people below the lords. And so there's kind of, you could say like a different type of feudalism where rights and responsibilities are being delegated in this pyramidal structure so that it can be practically done, right? And then, just to kind of hammer the American stuff is like, there's nothing for the last, whatever, few minutes of this video that we've been talking about is anything reflective of American life, right? For the most part, that, you know, if an American were to be born, you know, in the lower income bracket, right? And you say, okay, poverty level, whatever, $10,000 a year for an individual, is that in theory, if they, you know, again, it's not a guarantee that they can become rich, but, you know, that if they work hard, if they plan correctly, and, you know, they try to, you know, educate themselves, like, in the theory, it is at least possible. You know, you might say it's difficult or very rare. It is at least possible for somebody from, you know, that was making $10,000 one year can eventually get to making $100,000 in a few years. Like, possible. But in a caste system, right? Indian caste system, this North Korean caste system, it is not possible, you know, to actually go from the equivalent of untouchables to elite, you know, being in the good graces of Kim Il-sung, right? That's not actually possible. So, you know, you could argue it's difficult, sure, but and then you could say, oh, there's entire systems to, you know, push poor people down, but it's actually like, you know, if you wanted to be very critical about said, you know, opportunities for poor people, then you have to be looking at every aspect that they do, right? So, you know, you pick a particular person from the poorest neighborhood, right? And let's say that, you know, figure out what they have access to. If given the information, would they be willing to work on, you know, better, greater education? Are they willing to sacrifice leisurely time and pleasures in order to, you know, I don't know, start a business, work as an employee, whatever, start a homestead, you know, fuck the system, just says, I'm going to run a homestead, you know, that in theory, if they just, you know, got a chunk of land out of middle bumfuck nowhere, that given enough time, they'd be out of poverty. Maybe not necessarily making money, and, you know, if you're homesteading, but that they could have lots of resources because they spent a lot of time doing so, and then they can pass that on to their kids, right? Is theoretically possible. So, you know, it is important to, if you're listening to people that says, oh, you know, it's not affordable anymore, I can't do this, I can't do that. Well, are they willing to go through a financial audit, right, to have all their purchasing and behaviors examined, you know, with a fine-tooth comb of like, okay, you know, how did you spend every dollar you have, right? Obviously in the American context, how much money is being dedicated to junk food instead of, you know, buying up resources to start a business or, you know, be a better employee or, you know, do a homesteading thing, right? So, at least in the left-wing context, that affordability is never, you know, cheap enough. And then, you know, it's hard to like sympathize with people that are, you know, on average, probably overspending on junk food, over, you know, like have too mumuch leisure time, that they're watching too much television, etc., watching too many, you know, movies, playing video games so much, and it's like, oh man, such a hard time to find a job. It's like, well, how much did you spend today on looking for a job? It's like an hour. And you go, fuck, only an hour? What? You know, like, you have free time, and then if you want a job, at least for, you know, ups and downs of the economy, if you're willing to work extra hard, harder than others, you will find a job, right? So, getting back to the video, let's see, what were we talking about?
To ensure everyone has somewhere to belong. It was also a surveillance system. The head of the Immenbahn, usually a woman with no other job.
It's like the delegation of you're talking about this pyramidal structure where, there was delegates and delegate onto more, local people instead of trying to micromanage from a like purely central location. So that you're, talking about this like non-adversarial system that you are enforcing it in the most efficient way possible. Again, very dry terms. The most efficient way of micromanaging everybody is literally neighbors snitching on neighbors, right?
Monitored everything that her Immenbahn did. Every purchase had to be tracked and every visitor checked and registered. It was the Immenbahn head's job to know everything about the other members. Any suspicious activity would be noticed by or reported to the Immenbahn head, who would pass on the information to the authorities. If someone within the Immenbahn was found to have committed a crime, it reflected badly on everyone and might get them punished too. Therefore, the Immenbahn turned everyone into an informant on their neighbors. Between their state-assigned jobs, state-mandated organizations like trade unions and party youth groups, and the ever-watching eyes of the Immenbahn, there wasn't a second of the day where North Koreans would be free to do anything the regime disapproved of. Of course, if they did slip up, Kim had plenty of tools to punish them. Aside from the regular army, the Kim regime established two police forces. The Political Security Bureau, later known as the Ministry of Social Security, managed the official police force. Regular crimes and security for important locations are its domain. Alongside them, Kim also established a secret police force, known as the Bowibu, or the Ministry of State Security. The Bowibu is the Kim regime's ideological vanguard. They protect the regime from foreign and counter-revolutionary ideas and monitor the population for signs of dissent. If a North Korean citizen is overheard criticizing Kim Il-sung, it's the Bowibu who will show up on their doorstep in the middle of the night to haul them away. The Bowibu are shrouded in secrecy.
Try to do whatever Americans do, criticizing Trump in North Korea. You wouldn't be able to have a protest. If it was a true king, right, a true monarchy, that the protesters couldn't exist. That if you tried to protest, there'd be, the equivalent of National Guards and FBI, CIA kind of operatives, like taking you away to protest, for protesting. So, the contrast, it doesn't get if you're trying, like I said before, we're talking about, you couldn't have picked, there's only a few places in the world that you can protest as loudly as in America for, political dissent.
We have no idea how many agents it has at any one time, but it certainly wouldn't be enough to monitor every single North Korean by themselves. Much like the Nazi Gestapo or the East German Stasi, the Bowibu makes up for this by relying on informants in the civilian population. Immenbahn members will expose other Immenbahn members. Workers will rat out their colleagues, and even well-trained school children will turn in their parents to the Bowibu. The climate of fear Kim created ensured that most of the policing is done by the citizens themselves. In most cases, the Bowibu simply had to wait for targets to be presented to them before swooping in. The Bowibu have free rein to do whatever they want to prisoners. Reports of torture and brutal interrogations are plenty. The Bowibu do not search for confessions. If the Bowibu picks a target, they have already decided that they are guilty. It's just a question of how much they want to punish their victim before sending them off to their ultimate fate. There are no trials for those who cross the regime. In most cases, there won't even be an announcement of what happened to them or why. Occasionally, if some prominent official is purged, the regime media will trot out news stories claiming they were a spy or a traitor and have been arrested. But most...
Yeah, when you're talking about court systems or the judicial system in America, there's at least the loose sense of transparency of okay, we're going to, if someone's even clearly guilty, for sure 100% slam dunk guilty, right? That there's at least the kind of innocent until proven guilty, and they'll go through having a court process. If they'll have potentially a jury trial, and give the opportunity for an oppositional, stance, right? Of like a lawyer pleading for the sake of, the suspect to say, hey, we should at least try to, not have this suspect considered guilty, right? Like at least there's like a performance of it, even if, again, the lawyer or the attorney knows, okay, this guy's for sure going to prison or for sure going to, be punished in some sense. There's still this kind of like opportunity to do so. And in North Korea, nothing of that sort.
Most people simply vanish without a trace. This mystery gives the Boweeboo and the Kim regime a fearful reputation among the people. To even speak about the Boweeboo is a frightening experience and one that could easily be punished. What happens to those taken by the Boweeboo is an open secret. Enemies of the states have only two destinations: firing squad or the concentration camp. Political criminals ended up in the infamous Kwanliso camps. There are at least 6 operating at any one time, with up to 12 reported at their height in the 1970s and 80s. The Kwanliso or labor camps where political prisoners pay for their opposition to the regime with...
These are concentration camps, right? So, you have people that were so on the kind of social ranking right at the bottom, right? You can't get any lower than these people that... you couldn't have them in a metropolitan place. They're considered, criminals in the various contexts. And so these are prison, concentration camps where they're all getting sent to, it's not even like be productive, like, at least in like some prisons in parts of the world, including America, like you're doing stuff that's, even if you're being punished, like you have to, like do some sort of job to make up for the fact that like you're a prisoner. So a lot of these is just like punishment centers, right? Some of it's working. Some of it's just like, okay, we just want people to suffer is, what's happening in North Korea.
Back-breaking labor, coal mining, stone quarrying, and other tough physical work awaits the inmates who usually serve a minimum sentence of 10 years. Some sentences are prolonged indefinitely, and many would never live to see freedom again. The largest camp was the Yodok camp, often known only as Camp 15, which housed up to 30,000 prisoners at its worst. Kim Il-sung's system borrowed heavily from Stalin's gulags, but Kim's prisons were even worse for the inclusion of the prisoners' families. The family of political prisoners were usually taken away to the prison camps as well to be punished for the actions of a single member. In some cases, the family would at least be kept together. But in most cases, the chief offender was kept separate. The rest of the family would be forced to labor for the state and would typically stay until the offending family member served their sentence or died. Thousands of children were included in that number so that every prison camp needed to operate schools as well. The regime wanted to ensure that the children of political prisoners weren't infected with their parents' counter-revolutionary ideas. Although this practice had apparently decreased today, it was the rule during Kim Il-sung's time. Conditions in the camps are terrible. Prisoners are only fed enough to keep them alive and working. With no clothes to spare, prisoners are usually given the clothes from previous dead inmates. Filthy living conditions encouraged rats, lice, and other pests which prey on the prisoners' already fragile health. Combined with 12 to 14-hour days of hard labor every day of the week, followed by ideological re-education in the evenings, life is brutal and short. Tens of thousands, perhaps hundreds of thousands, have died from exhaustion, disease, and violence in the camps, and more die every day. Daily work quotas made no exceptions for anyone. Failure to meet quotas means beatings and denial of food. Basically, once someone starts missing quotas, there's a good chance they won't live long enough to start meeting them again. An estimated 40% of prisoners in North Korean camps will die in them. The ones lucky enough to survive and leave the camps were forbidden from discussing what happened to them. However, the reappearance of co-workers or neighbors after a long absence, usually looking like they were on the verge of death, got people talking. The camps were an open secret as a result. No one could talk about them, but everyone knew they existed. The camps were a sinister presence lingering behind every action and every word. Just one wrong step could land anyone there. It's no surprise that so many North Koreans fell into line. Through seizure of land, control over the food supply, a massive propaganda industry, brutal political purges, purges, sweeping societal reforms, a terrifying secret police, and monstrous concentration camps, Kim Il-sung was able to create the most controlled and bizarre country on Earth. Although he died in 1994, he set the model that his own son and grandson have upheld to this day. North Korea continues to be a tyrannical hermit state and wields more control over its people's lives than any other regime in history. How long that regime will last is anyone's guess, but given how deeply it is woven into the lives of average people, even its collapse will likely bring misery and chaos. Kim may be long dead, but the nation he built will continue to suffer for many years to come.
So if you can see the kind of like connection between so there's the system in North Korea where it's the, you know, there was a snapshot of social restructuring at the time. So that, you know, if you were with the leader, you obviously got benefits. If you were against it, you were essentially punished. And then what happens is that even after multiple generations, is that the caste system continues to exist. So it's not like, you know, it was strict and then it became more liberal so that you can like travel, you know, like figuratively move from caste to caste as you behave in your life. Is that the kids of the kids of the kids would have the same caste as that snapshot of you know, social statuses at that Kim Il-sung time, which obviously I'm, you know, what we talked about before with American social justice, right, is this very similar, almost the same kind of mechanics, right, of saying, hey, there was this so-called injustice from history, right, and now we're going to try to correct it by redistribution of resources, taxation, etc., money, in order to correct the wrongs from the past. And so the caste system, it's, you know, not exactly the same, but very similar structure of like, we find, you know, in the North Korean context, we find that there's more peace when obviously we have this hyperbolic monoculture where, you know, there's absolutely no dissent of the political leaders, right? And that we're going to have the current generations, the current, you know, lower caste strata, people work for the elite that are supporting, you know, the elite that are supporting the Kim dynasty, right? The Kim lineage, the Kim royalty, the monarchy. So, you know, it's not exactly the same mechanics. There's a lot of overlap looking at a, you know, kind of the Venn diagram of behaviors that, you know, you know, the North Koreans using the same language as the social justice stuff is saying, you know, we are trying to fight the current enemies of our belief structure, and that you know, we will intentionally, explicitly treat people unequal, right? That you know, this caste system that we've created to you know, be holding on to a righteous position. Like I'm very like loosely tying them together, but that, you know, the social justice ideology or principles has this caste system. If you were, you know, anti-slavery when slavery was happening, you're the elite caste, and then, you know, or if you were the slaves, right, then you become the elite caste, and then if you were the you know, within that snapshot of the slave owners or the slave traders, then you become the lower caste. You know, I wish it was that even that clear, but you know, now it's more of like, if you're this skin color, you're upper caste, and then if you're this skin color, you're the lower caste. So, you know, I would say it's fair enough that that's, a fair comparison, that, there's some connection being made. And that at least in the broad sense of like, kind of moral political philosophy, that rather than, there's the two kind of groups of thought of like either assimilate and move on, right, is one group, and then the other group is differentiate and fight over the past, right, or try to make a sense of their own version of justice through trying to non-assimilate, right, rather, so like interesting enough, the X-Men comics, right, was the Professor Xavier versus Magneto, which is the kind of parallel with MLK and Malcolm X, right, where it was saying, hey, we should assemble, we should get together, and let's not have history try to be corrected and find a new norm of society. That's one thought. And then the other thought is there's so much historical baggage. Everyone's going to be fighting about this, sense of justice over multiple generations, that it's only going to continue. There's going to be more conflict, and that we should then identify, who the groups are that was the righteous group, and who are the groups that are not the righteous group, and then try to make a correction, right, in the loosest sense of the term. So, various fictional stories, and have most likely been inspired by real characters, real people like MLK and Malcolm X, and then from a political philosophy standpoint, it's in the long term more sustainable when you go assimilate and move on. Essentially, create a new monoculture and move on, instead of trying to correct things from the past. Because at least that, there's not, if everyone just becomes a new monoculture, then it reduces conflict. But if you advocate for a multicultural thing, and that you're trying to use that as a basis of like, we have these distinct cultures, and then, some people were worse and some people were better off. And then there's no actual like practical conclusion to that. So like, for example, if there was, I don't know, reparations, right, of a significant amount, right, of, each person that has ancestry to slavery gets $1 million or something a person, even as a thought experiment, that like it's not actually going to fix, at least, in the kind of like Malcolm X, Magneto type thinking, there's this idea of you can correct things from the past, and you call it social justice, whatever, but it is possible to correct it and then find a new norm where it's just a clean break of, okay, things have been repaired, right? And where reparations has fixed the problems, and then now we can move on. You figure out that, one, the very implementation of reparations is going to be insanely difficult, if there's been, interracial, generations of interracial marriages and kids, over and over and over, that, almost nobody in America that has had, several generations of ancestry in America has kept a completely 100% pure, slave or, slave ancestry. It's, at some point it's mixed with, reproduction with, white people, Asians, South Americans, Europeans, whatever, that you're trying to do reparations now. And it's like, okay, well, they're only like maybe at best like 40%, you know, with verifiable slave ancestry. Are you going to give them 40% of, you know, whatever was proposed of $1 million a person? Like, is that how you're going to implement it? Or do you just say, well, that's close enough and give it to them anyways? And then it's like, okay, well, you know, if somebody has 2% slave ancestry, do you give them 100% or you give them 2% of, you know, $1 million? Like, you know, the actual, like, on paper practicality stops making so much sense. That, you know, the money's then coming from what? You know, taxation. I think the one in Illinois, I think I could be wrong about this, but there was like the one in Illinois was like, it was only taxation money collected from beer and cigarette sales or something like that. So it wasn't like property taxes or whatever. It was like money that was already, you know, a percent of it was already coming from black people going to black people. So like, is that really reparations? You know, like it would have made more sense if it was 100% coming from white people giving it to black people. But practically speaking, that's not even like possible to like draw that kind of money in the first place in order to get like the full emotional effect of reparations, you know? So yeah, there's too many problems to try to make that happen. But, you know, at least in the kind of like assimilate new monoculture and get over it is like in theory very much possible. You know, that America in various aspects did that, where it took all sorts of, you know, people from various countries, created a new monoculture. They didn't even do like there was a monoculture and then forced everybody else to tag along with that monoculture. It just created a new monoculture with the formation of America, and then said, get over it. Like whatever you had in the past is just, you know, we're clean slate, especially if we're talking about, you know, multiple generations, that we're not, if we imprison a father, we're not imprisoning the son or daughter. That, you know, the criminal jurisdiction is just to that individual. So, you know, if you wanted to be talking about monarchies and kings and whatnot, at least like be accurate about it. So here's a, you know, continuation of the Songbun, the caste system in North Korea. The YouTube channel is called Facts on Trial. Let's see, it only has 28 subscribers. So maybe this is just AI slop. Well, let's see how it goes.
If you point a camera at Earth from 600 kilometers above, it's mesmerizing. Cities light up like constellations. Human civilization black, just a faint glow around Pyongyang. That darkness is more than the absence of light. It's a warning, a silhouette of control, fear, and isolation. But darkness is only the surface. Once the sun rises, satellite imagery peels back the layers. Vast cities engineered for control. Airfields nestled deep in valleys. Mountains hollowed out for military operations. Over 10,000 military installations squeezed into a country smaller than Pennsylvania. One of the largest armies on Earth. Always on alert. Every road, every structure, strategically
Whoa. What did he say?
Into a country smaller than Pennsylvania. One of the largest armies on Earth. Always.
It is not the largest armies on Earth. Hell no. That's flat out wrong. They might have the largest percent of the population dedicated to military, which, you know, in theory could be like 100% be dedicated to military, but it does not have the largest military in the world.
On alert, every road, every structure, strategically placed to serve the regime, not the people. Yet amidst this machinery of power, signs of life flicker through. Open air markets, ski resorts, even soccer fields. And then you notice the contradictions. Giant water parks with no people, opulent monuments to leaders towering over ration lines. There are churches, but no worship. Mosques, but no congregation. Murals of smiling leaders painted onto the walls of prison camps. Let's begin with the dynasty at the center of it all. Welcome back to Facts on Trial. Kim Jong-un is the third ruler in a dynasty that traces its roots back to 1948, when his grandfather Kim Il-sung declared himself the leader of a newly formed Democratic People's Republic of Korea. His father Kim Jong-il took over in 1994, and when Jong-il died in 2011, the young Swiss-educated Kim Jong-un stepped into power, ruthlessly eliminating rivals, including his own uncle and half-brother. Kim isn't just a dictator, he's a brand, a myth, a divine figurehead. State propaganda claims he's a genius tactician, a musical prodigy, a perfect golfer. His birthplace, the sacred slopes of Mount Baekdu, though Soviet records place it in Russia. No matter, the mythology is too useful to question. This dynasty is wrapped in reverence. The faces of his grandfather and father beam from every public building, every home, every classroom.
Yeah, there's this thing, it's not important to get into, but the kind of like divine status of the Kim, dynasty, the monarchy is, kind of comical. There's like Kim Il-sung, Kim Jong-il, and then this is Kim Jong-un, that, they, it's like Chuck Norris jokes almost. It's like, they don't even poop. They're born on a mountaintop, that, they've got a perfect golf game, only hole in ones, some fantastical thing of like each one of these, men have humble enough, origins in the sense of like born not, in a miraculous setting, that they grew up, some of them, Kim Jong-un was raised or like had education outside of North Korea. Like, it wasn't just some sort of like Christ, like, miraculous conception in reality, so that the actual propaganda is like, oh, they're born on a mountaintop, perfect golf game, brilliant tacticians, et cetera, et cetera. They don't even take a shit. Their bodies are so immaculate, that kind of thing. So it's a whole video, thing in of itself, but that's, in the necessity of like, if you're talking about a non-adversarial system that you elevate, to justify why these three Kims are at the peak of the pyramid, you have to say that they're better than everybody else, right? And obviously in miraculous levels.
And every citizen, no matter how poor, is expected to hang their portraits. At the heart of North Korea's control system is a caste-like hierarchy called Songbun. Established in the 1950s, it classifies every citizen based on the loyalty of their ancestors during the Japanese occupation and Korean War. And worked with Japanese occupiers or fled south, your fate is sealed. You'll live in the countryside, assigned to menial jobs with no chance of social mobility. Even your children and grandchildren will inherit your low status. Songbun is invisible but omnipresent. It determines what food you eat, where you work, who you marry, and whether you'll ever set foot in the capital. In essence, it is a rigid, generational prison. North Korea's cities are not like other cities. They are carefully engineered stages, built to impress foreign visitors and showcase power. Massive parade grounds, empty 10-lane boulevards, concrete apartment blocks, all built after the Korean War flattened the country. Soviet-style architecture dominates the skyline. The capital, Pyongyang, is home to the elite. It gleams with wide avenues, electric streetcars, and high-rises. But look closer. The theme parks are empty. The stadiums rarely used. Most buildings lack running water. Electricity outages are common. Pyongyang is a Potemkin city, impressive from the outside, hollow within. Beyond Pyongyang, rural areas reveal the truth. Rows of identical houses line dusty roads. No private cars. People walk or bike. Each house belongs to a worker assigned to a nearby factory or greenhouse. These factory villages are the backbone of the state economy. People live where they work where they live, and rarely leave. In the 1990s, famine ravaged North Korea. The state's food distribution collapsed. People were left to fend for themselves. Out of this desperation emerged something revolutionary, the Jangmadang, or black markets. These markets, though semi-legal, now provide the goods the state can't. Traders bring in products from China, textiles, electronics, even USB drives filled with South Korean drama. These markets are found in nearly every city and are often the only way families can survive. The regime tolerates them, but only barely. Periodic crackdowns remind people who's in charge. Yet even here, Songbun is eroding. Money talk.
Yeah, so there's not, again, 100% micromanaging of the economics of everyday, North Korean citizens. It's, the pyramid is only structured enough that it controls what it feels like it needs to control. But then there's little bits and pieces where, I'm not going to pull up the videos, but there's like street vendors or street markets where, obviously not in like the downtown right in front of the governmental buildings, but we're talking like rural areas where they're operating outside of the kind of police observation and the kind of neighborhood, watch type stuff, so that they're able to trade and practice a little bit of free market economics on their own. And then, they were talking about like the South Koreans would, either throw, stuff over the border, or somehow sounds like it's smuggling it in, so that those become obviously, high price commodities of like, clothing, food, smartphones, watching TV shows from South Korea or America or wherever it is that, as far as the North Korean government is concerned, they're saying it's not worth trying to crack down on that, because that's probably too much work, to try to control every little object that's being tossed over the border. So, the demilitarized zone. Okay, well we'll talk about like North Korean border. Okay, so we'll talk about that in a second. So let's just finish up this one.
Talks. A traitor from a low class might now live better than a loyal soldier. The very thing keeping people alive is also what threatens the regime's control. Then there are the camps, hidden in the mountains, out of sight. These aren't just prisons. They're vast labor complexes, some holding 20,000 or more. People are sent here for crimes as small as listening to a banned song or insulting a leader. Entire families can be imprisoned for one person's alleged offense. Inside, prisoners mine coal, cut timber, farm, and make brick. Children begin working as young as 4. The workday is 12 hours. Food is scarce. Beatings are common. Most will never leave. Satellite images show fences, guard towers, even executions.
I mean, this is all stuff that we covered.
Sites, and yet India's military percent of its nuclear terror for North, its warfare influence, and remains sealed off. Its people cut from the to rest. And 1 defect churches in Pyongyang are for show, built for visiting Russians to South. And lean on each other. The state controls much, but not everything. It cannot erase hope. North Korea isn't just a dictatorship, it's a prison built on stories. Stories about sacred mountains, invincible leaders, glorious futures. Stories told so often they become truth, even as people starve, disappear, and dream of escape. But when viewed from above, the cracks show. A darkened countryside lit only by Pyongyang's glow.
He kicked my face with his boots until my teeth were broken and I had lost the hearing in my left ear.
Empty roads, fake churches, cities designed for cameras, not people. And in those cracks, something else flickers. Resilience, ingenuity, humanity. The roots of North Korea's isolation stretch back to the division of Korea after World War II. The Korean Peninsula.
Yeah, I'm talking about the Korean history.
One of the world's most fortified borders.
Okay, so the DMZ. Okay, so that's pretty much it for that video. And then the North Korean border. I mean, that's like pretty important. Okay, so here's a 6-minute video.
I'm standing.
So this is a YouTube channel AJ Plus. So letter A, letter J, plus symbol, 2.47 million subscribers. So roughly speaking, this, North Korea and South Korea are, I think, within the realm of political philosophy, I think they're still at war with each other, like in the textbook definition sense. Practically speaking, they're not at war with each other, but they're definitely, you don't want to say they're like peaceful. So there's, after the Korean War, there's, or the end of the Korean War, that a new border was set between North Korea and South Korea. And then, they're always at tension, but it's not like actively fighting, right? And then there's, essentially people pointing, the North Koreans and South Koreans are pointing guns at each other, but not pulling the trigger. That's like figuratively and literally pretty much what's happening, right? Not an active war. So there's entire buildings and, structures built, big, parts of it have the border have a wall, or it's just, wildlife that nobody's allowed to go into. And then there's an actual meeting place when the rare circumstance of like North Korean government official wants to talk to a South Korean government official. They go to this location that, this reporter's at to, discuss whatever, topic. So the video titled North Korea's Dangerous Border Inside the DMZ, Demilitarized Zone.
At one of the most heavily militarized borders in the world, separating two countries that have technically been at war since 1950. This is the DMZ, or Demilitarized Zone, a roughly 150-mile long, 2.5-mile wide buffer zone that has divided North and South Korea for more than 60 years. I'm going to take you inside one of the most tense and dangerous borders in the world, where war could break out at any moment. This is how you enter the Joint Security Area, which is a neutral meeting place inside the DMZ. When the two countries do communicate, it happens in this area, which is overseen by the United Nations Command. Before you can even enter the Joint Security Area, you have to sign this document, which says you're entering a hostile area and may face the possibility of injury or death as a direct result of enemy action. I'm told not to make any hand gestures or points, but over there in the distance you can see a North Korean guard facing us, and the demarcation line between the two countries is marked by that line of concrete over there. These two blue structures in the middle are where the sides meet for negotiations. Let's actually go inside. The South Korean guard selected here must be tall and have black belts in martial arts. They stand guard in a modified Taekwondo stance, which I learned the hard way when I made a wrong move. Cross over. So this is the room where the two sides actually meet for talks. On this side sit South Korean representatives, and over here, I'm technically in North Korea. North Korean representatives sit over here. These microphones on the table are on 24/7, recording everything that's said. And over the years, officials have met here to discuss how the Korean Peninsula should be governed. It wasn't always the case that Korea was divided into two adversarial countries on the brink of nuclear war. So how did we get to this point? To really understand, we have to go back to 1910, when Korea was colonized by Japan and spent the next 35 years under its brutal military occupation. After Japan's defeat in World War II, the Allies kicked it out of Korea and then divided the country into two along the 38th parallel. The USSR took control of the North, and the US controlled the South. Then, in 1950, the Soviet-backed Kim Il-sung regime invaded the South to reunify the country by force and impose communist rule throughout the peninsula. That kicked off the Korean War, the first active military hostilities of the Cold War. Newly communist China sent soldiers to back the North, while the US led UN forces to defend the South. More than 2 million people died during the war. And the US dropped more bombs and napalm on the North than it did in the Pacific Theater during World War II, a fact that North Koreans still haven't forgotten. The fighting ended in 1953 with an armistice agreement between the UN command led by the US and North Korea and China, and prisoners of war were exchanged here on this bridge. But there was never a peace treaty, which means the countries are still technically at war, and everybody here is very aware that things could turn on a dime and have devastating consequences. Life for the 25 million North Koreans living behind me means being shut out from the rest of the world with no safe option to leave. Attempting to defect by crossing this border is suicide, with its high-voltage electric fencing and more than 1 million landmines. Those who have managed to escape have done so by taking treacherous journeys through the mountains into China. The DMZ is a scary place, but there's also a lot of weird pettiness that goes on over here. Behind me over there is North Korea's propaganda village that it built in the 1950s to show off to South Korea and possibly lure people from here over there, although as far as we don't, no one actually took the bait. But when South Korean villagers here recently renovated their houses in 2015, North Korea responded by repainting the buildings of their propaganda village to make them a bit more colorful. And when South Korea put up a large flag, North Korea responded with an even bigger one. And sometimes these petty games get musical. Right now you can hear South Korea blasting K-pop music into the north, and North Korea responds by blasting their own propaganda this direction. Both sides basically trying to drown each other out. This is a mock tunnel representing one of the 4 invasion tunnels that North Korea carved into bedrock.
So there's a term, what's it, cultural, I forgot the term, but it's like export of cultural values or cultural, things, media, etc. So that this is not like a Cold War setting. This is more like macro political conflicts, or kind of culture wars or influence, right? So like it's generally unpopular now to be colonial, taking over neighbors, etc. But you can still get leverage, right, in a non-militaristic setting if you can sell the culture, the whatever you have, to your neighbors, to say, hey, you should convert, essentially. You could become more like us. And so then you're exporting TV shows, movies, etc., to have more influence in the world. And America on average has done very good in exporting American cultures. There's movies and like DC, Marvel, that kind of stuff, Pixar, Disney, and so on, where the values of America can be seen in pretty much any part of the world. And North Korea is obviously a little bit stricter, but that for the most part, the rest of the world watches American media, news, journalism, movies. And then America, on average, has no idea what's happening in the rest of the world. And, obviously like K-pop and like Japanese cultures are, there's parts that are popular in America, but you can watch CNN, MS Now, MSNBC, C-SPAN type stuff in other nations, which is, kind of crazy to think about, but that at least between North and South Korea, they're not actively at war, but each side is trying to export their culture to, get people to convert, right? So that, they'd be incentivized to travel across, or to at least like adopt a new sense of policy, so that, they would, like, for example, if South Koreans sell or export their culture to North Korea successfully, that, there'd be more oppositional forces, adversarial forces in North Korea that could eventually, or, try to push for, policy change, or to, have a coup, right? To have a revolution to take over North Korea, so that it wasn't necessarily South Korea fought and took over North Korea. It's trying to, have essentially North Korea destroy itself in that aspect. So, it's, they send, they're fighting over music and all that kind of stuff, which is fucking hilarious. That, they're just like, one side's going to have one, giant set of speakers, and, the other side's going to even have a bigger set of speakers. And then eventually you can't hear anything because they're all fucking deaf,
I can't actually show you the real one behind me because filming isn't allowed, but it's wide enough to allow tens of thousands of North Koreans to invade the South and actually reach Seoul. There's thought to be at least 20 more that South Korea and the U.S. are still searching for. But the bigger concern now are attacks from above, namely North Korea's missiles and nuclear weapons. Today, there's a lot of talk about reunification, but what that actually means remains to be seen. Behind me is a statue expressing the hope of the two Koreas coming together. The Korean War divided families on either side of the border who haven't been able to communicate since. Only a small number of Koreans have actually been able to have brief reunions. The hope for coexistence is still here, frozen in time and put on display for tourists. We're about to enter the Dorasan train station, which is the northernmost stop on South Korea's rail line. It used to connect Seoul to Pyongyang during the Japanese occupation. This is the track that would take you to Pyongyang. From 2004 to 2016, there was a stop in North Korea at the Kaesong Industrial Complex. That's where South Korean companies manufactured products using North Korean labor, one of the rare instances of peaceful engagement. But the former South Korean president shut down operations after North Korea conducted a long-range rocket launch and a nuclear test. Today, a peaceful end to the ongoing war remains a distant hope, although most South Koreans want it. They tend to take a less aggressive stance towards the North than their American protectors, and they voted in a new president who remains engagement-oriented. The question now is, how long will this militarized buffer remain a physical and ideological barrier separating the Korean people from one another? Only time will tell. The DMZ is definitely one of the most surreal places I've ever been to. Make sure you guys check out the next video in this series.
Yeah, so that's AJ Plus. The main conclusion, to bring it back to American politics, is like, in North Korea, if you are a monarchy, if you're an absolute king, you don't let people leave, right? That's a loss of resources and labor, right? But in America, if you wanted to leave America, it's not an issue of like whether or not America would let you leave. It's more of an issue on whether or not other countries will allow you to, move to their, country. So like if you go to Canada, you can't just like on the one side you can say I'm no longer an American citizen, tear up all your documentation, says okay, I'm not an American citizen anymore. And America, for I think all intents and purposes, will accept that. But then there's the other side of like, will Canada let you in? So like, at least if we're talking about a true monarchy, and to be able to micromanage people's lives, it's the like not even close. We're it's at pure poetry when the left-wing people are saying, oh, Donald Trump is a king, like, So wrapping up this kind of topic, I was trying to figure out, okay, what's more extreme than North Korea? Like, we're talking about even less liberties, where at least in North Korea, there's like little snippets of like, of like you could have a street market where you can sell on free market principles in North Korea in some places, right? And at least on a nation to nation level, North Korea, there isn't anything more extreme than that, right? Of a pure, looking at this top right, of monarchies, right? Of a system less adversarial, more totalitarian, more dictatorship, more micromanaging. The only example I can find is Japanese prisons. And this isn't minimal security prison. This is maximum, like high level security prisons in Japan, is, as far as I can tell, more micromanaging than North Korea. So you saw the examples of how much North Korea micromanages pretty much everything: caste system, careers you can have, how much food you get, essentially. And then somehow, why is this? Somehow the Japanese prisons are more strict than that. And I don't, maybe I shouldn't have picked this one. All right. Well, it's a 5-minute video. Okay. So it's a YouTube channel called 5 Minute School, 184,000 subscribers, 5 Minute School. So the video is called "What Are Japanese Prison Really Like for Foreigners?" And then Johnny Somali. Forget the Johnny Somali stuff. Hopefully we'll just stick with, the prison side.
A few people have asked, following the recent incident surrounding Johnny Somali, what are the Japanese prisons like for foreigners? So if you are convicted, you could have a suspended sentence, meaning if you're on good behaviour for a set amount of time, you won't have to go to jail. If you do break the law in that time frame though, you'll have to serve your initial sentence and the new sentence.
This is pretty quiet.
So if you do have to go to jail in Japan, it's called a custodial sentence, and you're sent to a prison in Japan. And there are 62 prisons in total in Japan. Time in prison can be difficult. It is safe for prisoners, but they're extremely strict and follow draconian rules. In many ways, the Japanese prison system is quite impressive because there are no issues with overcrowding, there's not really any assaults or rapes among prisoners, and drugs and weapons are virtually non-existent within the prison. It's not really common for people to escape prison in Japan as well.
So however, extreme the North Korean monoculture is, where they will absolutely not accept any type of dissent, to adversarial type actions, that Japanese, again, higher level security, not minimal level security, higher level securities, even stricter about, what you can or can't do in any place. So obviously this is a prison context, totally different, but at least in North Korea, the people, if they're in good standing, can walk around and talk, or, with limitations, right? Obviously. But, and, the significance of Japanese, kind of maximum security is, significant, because even in American maximum security, it's not as strict as Japanese maximum security is. So it's interesting in that context.
So initially in Japanese prisons, you're placed in community cells, and there could be 6 to 12 other inmates in there. Later on, foreign prisoners could end up in their own smaller rooms, but these rooms don't have beds, they have futons, and the flooring is a type of mat known as tatami. The tables that they provide are quite low down. Japanese people, they normally grow up with a system of rules and heavy pressure to adhere to these rules. For foreigners, they often don't have this cultural background, so it might feel quite difficult and suffocating for them. There is a chance that you could be placed into solitary confinement, and you're placed in a room alone with nobody to talk to, and this can last for months at a time. Prisoners in solitary confinement have to eat, sleep, and work in these cells, and they're allowed out to exercise and for bathing, but they're forbidden to communicate with other inmates, and doing so may result in punishment. A typical day for a Japanese prisoner involves waking up at 6:45 a.m, morning call is done, breakfast, and then heading to work.
Okay, well, that was a schedule thing. Hold up. Okay, so obviously this is prison context, totally different than just day-to-day life, but they force you to exercise, you have to work, and then the meals are extremely limited. And then there's some free time, but it's not like free, in the American context. This is Japanese free. So we'll see in a second what that means.
Waking up at 6:45 a.m. Morning call is done, breakfast, and then heading to work. Work is between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. and it involves a 30-minute exercise break, 40 minutes for lunch, and a 10-minute break. Dinner is given at 5 p.m. and then the inmates have free time between 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. and at 9 p.m. they sleep. This shows a rough guideline of what to expect in a day, but you have to operate on very strict timings. Morning check and evening checks involve you waiting outside your cell in Caesar position, which foreigners are often not used to and it can be quite uncomfortable. The work you must do can be very hard labor, including cleaning.
Japanese prison, they tell you how to sit. Okay, that's not, American prisons don't do that. Of they say maybe you have to stand, and obviously don't be threatening, but even in a maximum security hardcore prison in America, once you're in the cell, it's not like you have to sit in a certain way.
Maintenance, woodworking, dressmaking, leatherwork, and printing. Prisoners work 8 hours daily and they're often instructed to work in total silence, looking down at the work they're doing only, and they're forbidden to speak with anyone. There's some further strict rules that you may have to follow in this prison system, so you must place your items in your cell in a particular way only, you write on only specified notebooks, you're told how to sit and stand in your prison cell, and you're not allowed to lean, lay down, or randomly walk around the cell. You have to sleep on your back or on your side and not on your stomach, and you aren't allowed to read, talk, or move around when you're supposed to be sleeping. If you are to walk around the prison itself, let's say you're going from one place to another, you have to march, and if you don't march, you're punished. You're also told when and how to speak, so most of the time in prison is spent in strict silence. During leisure time, you're allowed to talk with other inmates, but it has to be in low volume, and you also have to speak to the guards with respect, or you will be punished. You're also told where you must look. If you look at a guard, you could be punished. Looking up during meal times is punishable, and reflection time is often done regularly throughout the day, and this is where prisoners are to reflect on the crime that they've committed, and if you open your eyes in this time, you could be punished. Punishments for breaking the rules can include verbal reprimand, where the guards will scream at you, reduction in food for up to 1 week, loss of prison privileges like reading, drawing, or exercising, and there could also be minor solitary confinement, where you're placed in a room and instructed to sit in that Caesar position from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. There's also major solitary confinement, where you're kept in the dark. A key problem for foreigners in Japanese prison is that the only language that's allowed to be spoken is Japanese, so mail must be translated and visitors may require a translator. So it's very clear that when you're in Japan, you must behave and abide by the rules. This can result in jail time from 3 to 10 years in Japanese prisons. So let me know your thoughts.
Yeah, so again, we're trying to understand the scale of what does it mean, what does it truly mean to have zero liberties, right? No freedom, no flexibility, no, reinterpretation, no, none of that stuff. And then, we're talking about, obviously it's prison, so it's it's not meant to be, adversarial, but even in the toughest prisons in the world, there's still this, scale of really, really cutting back on any liberty, right? Any type of freedom. So, here's a few more videos. This one's from the National Geographic, so that's a big time organization with 26 million subscribers. So let me see if the volume is correct.
Just a long hallway with prison doors on each side.
So this is a guy from, sounds like he's American, landed up in a, high level Japanese prison, explaining, what he went through. And this is the video's the reenactment.
And he opened the door with the key and told me to go inside. That was the beginning of a long stretch of hard time. They gave me a rule book. They told me I was expected to read and remember this rule book. They had every aspect of your life ruled and regulated and regimented, and if these rules aren't followed, that you will be punished. I was thinking, oh my God, there's no way I'm gonna be able to remember all these rules, let alone follow them. I kind of anticipated some trouble there. You are expected on command to step out of the cell door, turn around, and face the wall until another command is given, where you will turn around and march to the factory where you will work. Most of the time, my work was constructing paper shopping bags. Each person was expected to take the bag off of the end pile and perform one fold or glue one seam only, and then pass it on to the next guy next to him, and it was his end pile. And I was thinking, are you kidding me? Marching. You march everywhere. Your arms were coming up to 90 degrees, itch knee, which is 1, 2, 1, 2. Here we were, marching like robots. You'll go crazy. I just felt like a machine. On. After a few months more of this, I just had enough. One of the guards came up with a megaphone and started barking in my face. And I'm thinking, I've got to do something. And I just snapped. Pushed the megaphone into his face. And before I knew it, there were like guards pinning me to the ground, twisted off the collar of my shirt and choked off my airway. And eventually, it choked me to the point of unconsciousness.
Yeah, so for people that don't know anything about Japan, there's like the, anime costume cosplay type, but like the majority of Japan is not as strict as that. That's like, really strict. Obviously, that's the most, the extreme example I could come up with, but like the kind of, at least the basic principles of like, a monoculture regimented society. This is the way to do certain things, right? How to talk, how to walk, how to bow, how to sit, all that kind of stuff is a common theme in Japan. So, if you're thinking, how did the anime, community come up with this ridiculous system? It's there is this kind of multiculturalism in that aspect of like, Japan is not a single cultural group, but the majority of the population supports this kind of, again, the basic principles of everybody adhering to certain, rules. And, in contrast that with America talks, it advocates for individuality and feeling special and all that kind of stuff. So like, again, this is why, at least on my spectrum thing, Japan's way over here and USA's over here. That, Japan's much more social collective compared to individual liberties. Again, we're still concentrated around this kind of central number 9, which is this kind of neutral position. But, it's important that we figure out, like, on average, Japan has a much more dictatorial, totalitarian, system compared to USA. So that, again, bringing it back to the No King's March, it's like, okay, we're not even like close to a pure monarchy that even you can call kings. Japan doesn't have kings. They went away from that a long time ago. Russia and China technically don't have kings, but it's much more of a kind of oligarchical system compared to even USA. So, people say that America has, is ruled by the oligarchs, and it's like, you haven't left America in a while, have you? Have you watched a few documentaries? I can easily pick a few nations that have much, concentrated political power compared to USA, So let's see, a few others.
The conditions in.
So this is a YouTube channel called Japan. Oh, it's just like a doubled up word. So JAPANALYSIS. So Japan analysis. Japanalysis. I don't know how to fucking say that. Okay, 417,000 subscribers, and the hopefully a much more coherent explanation of the YouTube video title, Problem with Japanese Prisons.
Japanese prisons are rough. I knew that much before I even started making this video. But to be honest, it was originally supposed to be like 6 minutes long. As I researched more and more, I just kept learning horrific thing after horrific thing. Unlike my other videos, this one is not lighthearted. There are gruesome retellings of actual torture and death at the hands of prison guards later in the video. Just letting you know.
I got intercepted on my way to work by an innocent-looking dude. He flashed me his badge, asked me to ID myself. Next thing I know, 6 other people appeared out of nowhere. I spent 20 days in Japanese detention. Asked me anything? They presented a court order to search my apartment, still not telling me what I did. They took pictures of everything. Me unlocking the door, me allowing them to go inside, etc. Inside, they then started searching everything. Inside protein powder, tea bags, under the bed, closets, clothes. And asked questions if I ever had something intercepted by customs, and if I had any idea why they were here. I said I was clueless. Then they showed me a court order to arrest me.
If you didn't know already, along with other Asian countries, Japan has some of the harshest drug laws in the world. Just for being caught with possession of marijuana, you can be sentenced to up to 5 years imprisonment and probably deportation if you're a foreigner. But not just possession, just having the drugs in your system is enough to be charged for drug use. This doesn't currently apply to specifically marijuana usage, but as of last year, they want to change the law, so it does. So if the law was changed, if you were at a party and took a drag from what you thought was a hand-rolled cigarette, but it actually had some weed in it, you could go to prison for up to 5 years, or face deportation and separation from your wife, kids, job, or family. Additionally, there are many stories online of people who live in Japan having their well-meaning friends from their home country send them drugs, sometimes even unsolicited, and having their lives ruined for it. Here are a few examples I found on the internet. This person talks about how an English teacher was mailed a 1/4 ounce of weed in a jar of peanut butter. They were caught and their life was ruined. This one talks about someone who mailed their Japanese friend some weed from California and how getting caught negatively impacted both of their lives. This long one is from the perspective of a really dumb guy who mailed his Japanese friend who barely even asked for them some seeds. The package got intercepted, and now he's asking for legal advice. Finally, there's a big story I have to show you about an autistic Norwegian girl who was arrested in Japan for being unknowingly sent marijuana in the mail, but we'll get into that later in the video. Back to our main Ask Me Anything story.
Next thing I know, I was cuffed and driven to a police station. I wasn't allowed contact with anyone, not even my company, to tell them that I wouldn't be at work.
They take his fingerprints, change him into some clothes they had prepared, and then...
They threw me into a little cell with one other guy. There was absolutely nothing in it besides a small, squat toilet cabin with a big window.
This is the floor plan of an average Japanese jail cell. Here's some pictures from inside. You can see the toilet at the back. You forgot the part where you have to flush frequently in order not to stink up the cell with 10 others in it. Yeah, and while you're sitting, you're at the perfect height for everyone to make eye contact with you. The first guy that went obviously didn't know and got an earful from some Yakuza types.
Big signs everywhere to tell you that you're not allowed to talk. If you did, police would come and tell you to shush.
It's about time I introduce you to the document. In 1994, Human Rights Watch released an extremely critical report detailing how awful the Japanese prison conditions are. It's 131 pages long, so I didn't read all of it, but there are parts I will refer to in this video. A male prisoner currently in the Tokyo Detention Center told Human Rights Watch that he has not spoken to another prisoner since his arrival from police detention in 1988, 6 years. If I spoke, I would be punished, he reported. A prisoner who has been held for 13 years in the Osaka Detention Center reported that he has had no contact with other prisoners throughout his detention. He said that in order to communicate with inmates held in the same center, he would have to do it in writing.
Jesus Christ. Okay, so like, you know, the purpose of showing you this stuff is like, I'm trying to expand your idea about this spectrum, right? So like, we're getting, you know, close to the end of the stream, but, you know, the conclusion is like, if all you're watching is American stuff, that's what, you know, you're an American, you watch American news, don't read stuff from other countries, other nations, you don't watch documentaries, that, you know, you have no idea what's happening in other parts of the world. So, you know, obviously today's was just a bunch of extreme examples that, you know, we could have talked about Sweden and Brazil and India, which don't have, you know, these kind of governmental, you know, principles of how to micromanage every aspect of life. But that this is what it looks like, right? When you have an actual, you know, lack of liberties, lack of stuff that Americans are complaining about, the like, you know, loose interpretation of constitutional law or something like that and be like, this is the problem. And you go, I'm not saying that you shouldn't advocate for what you believe in or something like that. I'm saying that at least put it into the context of not using flowery, poetic, hyperbolic language like calling somebody a king when they're clearly, a president. That, like we talked initially, the rule of law versus the rule of man, right? Where Kim Jong-un and, North Korea is a system of rule by a man, and there are no higher, ideals or principles or laws for the Kim, monarchs to listen to. They are the very top. And then, at least in this Japanese prison structure, it's technically that the staff, the people working in these prisons are not the peak of the structure, right? That they're rule of law, but that liberties and, freedoms can be taken away in a purely socialistic collective sense, but that, it has even less adversarial elements than even North Korea has. So we'll continue.
A former female prisoner had spent 12 years in the Tokyo detention center. She told us, "I was always alone, all the time by myself. I couldn't talk to anyone." She said that even when she was taken outside her cell to see a doctor or for a visit, the authorities made sure that the hallway was empty. On rare occasions when there was another prisoner in the hallway, he or she would be made to face the wall when our witness walked by.
Yeah, like even like if you've been through American prisons, even in like maximum security prisons, the only situation that would have these people would have any kind of connection with is solitary confinement in America. So that, yes, in solitary confinement, you're getting into a room and you're probably not going to be talking with anybody about anything for long periods of time, but not even, in solitary confinement in America, would you be going no talking for anybody for what you said, 13 years? Whatever the previous story was. I mean, years and years of like zero talking, and you couldn't even make noise. It wasn't even like, you were talking with the wall. You're not allowed to talk, right? Had spent 12 years in Tokyo detention center. She told us, "I was always alone all the time by myself. I couldn't talk to anyone." She said that even when she was taken outside her cell to see a doctor for a visit, the authorities made sure the hallway was empty. That's like, we're, in the American context, unheard of levels of, of no freedoms, right?
When I mentioned the document being from 1994, you probably thought the same thing. That's 1994. It's 2022 now, or whatever year you're watching this video in. But there hasn't really been much reform in the Japanese prison system at all. The Japanese prison law dates to 1908, making it possibly one of the oldest such documents still in effect anywhere in the world. Both the critics of the government and the government itself agree on the need for new, more modern legislation. Since 1982, the government has repeatedly tried to have a new prison law passed by the Diet. That's the parliament or whatever. I don't know why it's called the Diet.
Wow.
So, prison reform in Japan. There has been some reform in 2005, but it didn't really address the problems that we're covering in this video. As for the reason the reform happened in 2005, this is from the Center for Prisoners' Rights Japan. Nagoya Prison Cases and Recommendation of the Council on Prison Administration Reform. This is a translated document, so it might sound a little weird. Notorious torture cases occurred in a chronic, overcrowded prison. 3 sentenced prisoners died or were injured as a result of the guards' assaults in the Nagoya prison from 2001 to 2002. On December 14, 2001, a 43-year-old male prisoner who was detained in a protection room, isolation room to detain a prisoner who shows signs of suicide or self-injury, died after guards sprayed a high-pressure hose at his naked buttocks. The prisoner died because of severe injury to his rectum and bacterial shock. On May 27, 2002, a 49-year-old male prisoner died after being left in a protection room. The prison guards fastened the prisoner's leather handcuffs too tight and he died of heart failure. On September 25, 2002, a 30-year-old male prisoner was severely injured because of intra-abdominal bleeding and hospitalized outside after he was also bound too tightly with leather handcuffs by guards. 8 prison guards involved in a series of these cases were indicted for causing death or injury by violence and cruelty by a special public official. These assaults on prisoners by guards clearly consist of torture. Especially concerning the incident which occurred in September 2002, the guards did violence to the prisoner for the purpose of forcing him to dismiss his complaint to the Bar Association. Which is true, the guy who was tortured to death in 2002 was actually being punished for complaining. This treatment had been inflicted to him on 25th September 2002, and the allegation went that it represented a punishment for his refusal to withdraw an earlier complaint he had made to the Justice Minister. Yamashita had indeed filed a grievance about his guards to the incumbent MOJ's head. MOJ is Ministry of Justice, I believe. So there have been some changes to the law in 2005 that address the things we just looked at that happened in 2001 and 2002, but it was nowhere near enough. All of the other prison experiences I discussed in this video take place after 2005. Back to our main story.
And here begins the nightmare. The timetable looks like this. 7 a.m, lights turn on. Well, turn on, but never really turn off. Just go from bright white to less bright orange. Take the sheets off your futon, fold everything neatly together and put it away when it's your turn. Then brush your teeth and wash your face. Then clean your cell with your cellmates. Clean the toilet, wipe the floor, etc. 7:30 to 8, breakfast. Then you can decide if you want to change your underwear, t-shirt and socks. 8:30, cell check. Fold your socks neatly in front of you, sit next to them, put your hands on your knees facing up to show that you're not holding anything. 9 o'clock, work out. You can go into a different small room without a ceiling to get some sunlight and fresh air for 20 minutes. 12 o'clock, lunch. 5 p.m, dinner. 7 p.m, take out your futon, put the sheets on, wash face, brush teeth. 9 p.m, lights off. Well, turning to less bright but still bright orange, and then sleeping time. The rest of the time you literally do nothing. You sit or lay in your cell on a hard floor, wishing you could sleep so that time passes faster, but you can't. It's too bright. And after a while, every part of your body you try laying on hurts. If you try using socks or a sweater as a cushion, you get told off by guards if they see it.
I'd like to remind you, this Reddit guy has not been convicted of a crime. In fact, he was let go in the end without any charges. But the Japanese jail system allows you to be detained for up to 23 days in a police cell, no contact with anyone in these awful conditions without even being charged. This graph is from a group called the Japan Federation of Bar Associations that also seems to be seeking prison reform in Japan. It comes from a document criticizing this so-called Daio Kangoku system, which is what allows this awful practice. Under the law, suspects are to be detained in prisons, Kangoku, under the control of the Ministry of Justice. But in circumstances which unavoidably make it impossible to detain them in prisons, provisions of the prison law allow the police the use of cells as a substitute. So they're only supposed to use it when it's impossible to detain suspects in a detention center, but in reality, they actually use it in 98% of cases. They give some really scary examples. Yeah, we're getting into this stuff again. In April 2003, 10-odd people were detained in police station cells, and almost all of them were subjected to interrogation from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. nearly every day. Interrogators yelled things like, "Don't lie," and "You're getting the death penalty," kicked and slammed tables, made suspects keep their hands up on the tables, and in other ways conducted extremely harsh interrogations. Additionally, they deceived suspects and offered inducements during questioning. In the trial, all 12 defendants were acquitted. The court's decision recognized, among other things, that the defendants' confessions might be bogus because during their detention they had been subjected to considerably harsh interrogations in which interrogators coerced and pressured them. In October 2003, the mayor of Haki in Fukuoka was arrested and detained in Daio Kangoku on the charge that she had swindled someone out of their tax refund. Interrogators kicked the table, blew cigarette smoke in her face, yelled in her ears, screamed at her all day, and when she had tea in the mornings and afternoons, interrogators accused her of trying to avoid interrogation by drinking tea so she would have to go to the lavatory. As a result, she became unable to drink tea. Even after going to bed, police officers were always present so that she was deprived of privacy 24 hours a day. In April 2005, the defendant's acquittal was confirmed. These tactics of making conditions miserable for suspects and keeping them in the interrogation room for as long as possible are purposeful confession extraction tactics. The proof is in these excerpts from the Guidelines for the Interrogation of Suspects from 2001. In addition to further criticism from Human Rights Watch, this Daio Kangoku system has been criticized in 2007 by the UN Committee Against Torture, asking for its abolition. And in 2008 by Algeria, Belgium, the UK, and Canada through the UN Human Rights Council.
It's important to note, like, Japan as a whole could operate without this kind of prison system. I'm saying, like, they already have a strong monoculture, and if you were simply just like walking down the street in any like metropolitan area, that the people don't behave in that manner, so that the stereotype of like being extremely nice and cordial and all that kind of stuff, like, it's not something that necessarily would be that difficult to translate for a prison system. That they can be strict, like an American, in the context of American prison, like, they can still be strict in the sense of not letting people, do X, Y, and Z activities, right? But that they don't have to beat the shit out of you in order to get a fake confession, right? Which, like, that's the clearest indicator of, a productive judicial system is whether or not the crime rates are reflective of reality, right? Is, you know, if the crime rates are being diluted with fake confessions, that's not a great indicator that the judicial system is actually doing well, right? That you're taking potentially innocent people and then, you know, if you beat the shit out of them until they give you a confession, it's not really, you know, productive. But that's the kind of strict monoculture, at least on a day-to-day non-prison context, is enforcing could still be, you know, practiced in the prison structure that doesn't have to have the coercion part. And that, you know, if let's say anybody who gets convicted successfully that, you know, was actually guilty, right? Like, take a person who's 100% guilty, they get convicted, go to said prison, right? Can still have kind of this more liberal, you know, kind of living structure, like letting the prisoners sit and talk the way that they want to talk, but then draw the line at like, okay, as soon as, you know, they're getting initiating violence or, you know, actual violence, then you know, step in. But, you know, that's obviously going off of more American standards, but like, it wouldn't be a complete, you know, erosion of set like Japanese values or principles if you follow a little bit of more liberal practices.
Did you ever question your sanity because you only saw the same 4 walls all day? How big were the cells? Questioned the fuck out of my sanity. The cell was 3 tatami mats plus a squatter toilet with a window. I read, drew pictures, did push-ups, chatted with my cellmate, slept, and did everything I could to quiet the voice in my head that was perpetually screaming, "Get me the fuck out of here." I realized that there's a lot of suffering in the world, but for me, being locked in a cage for over 23 hours a day was a hell that made me understand why the toilet door was sloped, so that it wasn't possible to hang yourself from it. I often wanted to die. Alright, I promise you I'd get back to this Norwegian girl. You can already guess the story. Ingrid, a 32-year-old autistic master's student in Tokyo, said someone's cookies looked nice on Twitter, and the person offered to mail them to her. Ingrid had no idea they contained weed. She doesn't even smoke tobacco or drink alcohol. 7 months later, they arrested not Ingrid, but her friend returning to Japan because Ingrid was house sitting at the time, so she gave the Twitter cookie person her friend's address. Her friend was interrogated for several hours, up to 3 times per day. The strap around her waist, by her described as a corset, was tightened so hard that it became difficult to breathe. Several times, she thought she was about to be rendered unconscious. She tried to use what little breath she had to tell the prison guards that the strap was too tight so she couldn't breathe, but they didn't seem to care. The guards would tighten the strap further as they pleased. She was handcuffed in a way that left wounds on her wrists. If detainees screamed or cried out in pain, they would be put in solitary isolation. The police knew that she was innocent. They subpoenaed the data from Twitter already, and they knew that she never talked about drugs, just cookies. Even after that, they released her friend and arrested Ingrid instead, interrogating her for 20 days for a crime they already knew she didn't commit. A visibly exhausted Ingrid left detention after 20 days on December 10th, immediately calling her family in Norway to let them know she was okay. Allowed a shower only once in 5 days. She first wanted to get cleaned up and see her pet bird. Police have finally acknowledged that Ingrid had nothing whatsoever to do with the marijuana found in the package, and the case was expected to be closed. Ingrid had always been a great fan of Japan, but told the media upon her release, "It has always been my dream to stay here, but after processing what has happened, I may not want to stay." She still had her graduate degree to finish at Sofia University. I don't often sympathize with insanely wealthy people, but I can't pretend that I don't understand why Carlos Ghosn chose to be secretly smuggled out of Japan inside an instrument box instead of facing the justice system's 99.4% conviction rate. Honestly, I originally intended on just covering the Reddit Ask Me Anything.
Yeah. So, all right, one more quick video, and that'll be it for today. The Economist, 3.91 million subscribers, saying in the video title, "Why Japan's Conviction Rate is 99%. So this is not, you know, that they found criminals. This is as soon as they have a suspect that they're getting a 99% conviction rate.
Japan is a remarkably safe society. Crime rates are low, and the state incarcerates far fewer people than in other rich countries. The emphasis is on rehabilitation, and rates of recidivism are low. But when people are accused of a crime, they are almost always convicted.
So, like, to give some credit, like the math, again, I don't think it's going to explain this correctly, but if the math is, that the police worked extra hard and did all the extra research to then say, okay, when we are going to, accuse somebody of committing a crime, then we, have a high conviction rate because it's almost a slam dunk case that they're actually guilty. That would have been, that would be, a very generous, way to kind of say, hey, it's not fair to just say, these conviction rates are artificially high, right? And so I don't have the actual numbers, but that as seen in the previous video, that they don't do the, all the research. They don't do a bunch of investigations. It's a bunch of knee-jerk reactions, and that they get way too excited about of trying to finalize a case, right? That they get in probably some sort of pressure from the government or people or whoever, that they want to get whatever potential crime to be associated with a person as quick and with the least amount of energy as possible. So if you're looking at from a broad view, torturing somebody in a those kind of rooms, interrogation rooms for however many days, is less energy or less effort than it is to, like, I don't know, listen in on phones, watch somebody across the street for, potentially weeks or months, right? Some investigations could go for a very long time. And that, it's a hell of a lot easier to grab somebody that's, looks like a suspect and go, we could probably pin this on them, that kind of motive. So
Kazuo Ishikawa was convicted of murder in 1964. He signed a confession statement after 30 days of interrogation, even though he was illiterate at the time.
A guy who was illiterate was forced to sign a confession document. So these are subtitled. I can just read them if you're just listening. If I hadn't signed the statement, I'd never have been convicted of a crime. I was 24 at the time. I would have never had said I've done it despite the harsh interrogation because I didn't do it. But I confessed to a crime I never committed. For that, I must apologize to the people of Japan. For that, I still blame myself to this day. The confession rate, confessions of a guilt underpin 89% of criminal prosecutions. Suspects can be held by police and prosecutors for up to 23 days. Access to the defense lawyers is limited during the interrogation period. You're not even given a lawyer attorney during the interrogation period. At least in America, you cannot be interrogated it's very, you have the opportunity in America to be interrogated without a lawyer if you didn't know you could have one, but you could literally not talk in American, interrogation rooms, and then they're not going to beat the shit out of you if you don't talk.
Mr. Ishikawa said he was eating dinner with his family at the time of the crime. The police said that their statements could not be used as evidence because they were his family. In Japan, convicted people like Mr. Ishikawa have a little chance of getting their guilty verdicts overturned. 98% of appeals in serious cases fail because they are either dismissed, the requests of retrial are retracted, or the accused passed away. Japan does not have juries. Instead, a panel of judges decides whether the accused is guilty. Since 2009, civilians have acted as lay judges in some cases.
So in American law, roughly, very roughly, there's this standard of reasonability, right? And there's the aspect of like strictly defined whether you killed or didn't kill, you contributed to killing, you contributed to a crime, etc. Right? There's that part. There's another part where it says, when it doesn't fall under those categories, it says, was there a reasonable expectation, blah, 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 fill in the blank, right? Was there a reasonable expectation of, let's say, not, I think, there's a bunch of funny ones where it's like, I think it's like boneless chicken. There's like somebody, some restaurant got sued for selling, boneless wings, and technically it had bones in it or something like that. And so this is a funny one where it's like, it's not technically a crime, but these social expectations where that it was considered false advertising, or that's the accusation, that there's false advertising, that a restaurant was selling boneless chicken wings that technically had bones in it or something. And then, in the part of law that, there's this, is there a reasonable expectation that there would be no bones? And then, then you can have a jury decide what is reasonable, right? So a jury by definition is not a court official, not somebody who's been, elected to be a judge. It's not somebody who's licensed or certified to, know law, right? So you get a jury, and obviously in the American context, it kind of introduces this kind of, at least non-elitist metric for judging crimes, right? And so, that's at least the intention, so that if you have, if you brought it back to Japan, if you had a jury system that, rather than a bunch of people that are, very much committed to the judicial system, like, the courts and the staff and the judges, etc., that, you have the average Japanese person to weigh in on whether or not something is a crime, it's probably, decent chance that they're going to be more lenient towards criminals instead of the non-jury, this kind of structure of only having judges.
Prison life is draconian. Talking is prohibited for most of the day, and reading is only sometimes allowed. Death row inmates can wait in solitary confinement for many years. They are also not told when they will be executed, and wake up each morning not knowing if it is their last. Mr. Ishikawa was on death row for 10 years, before his death sentence was commuted to life in prison. He thinks this was because evidence had accumulated in his favour. The Justice Ministry is unable to discuss the details of the case.
Okay, so just reading the subtitles again. In Japan, if you're not executed between 8 a.m. and noon, you are safe until the next day. There's an order of there is an order of execution, so the inmates wait properly, seated with their legs folded and facing the wall. I too waited with my legs folded. Currently, 128 inmates are on death row in Japan. Hanging is the method of execution. 3 prisoners were executed in 2014. Mr. Ishikawa was paroled in 1994 after serving the duration of his life sentence. The parole is, if you don't know anything about, judicial stuff, parole is a conditional supervised release of a prisoner before their full sentence expires, allowed by the parole board if the inmate is deemed safe for society. It requires adhering to strict conditions, curfews, drug tests, reporting, etc., for the remainder of their term, with violations leading to re-imprisonment. Right? So that's, Japanese prison said he was safe enough to society, even though he was convicted of murdering somebody when it was 23. That, you know, he decided it was safe enough to let him go in that, you know, controlled sense. He has spent the years since his release campaigning to exonerate his name. For my case, the police are withholding a mountain of evidence. Once they disclose it, it will be proven innocent. That's why I continue to stand in front of the courthouse today to ask the judge to order the prosecutors to disclose the evidence. Okay. So we're just wrapping up. You know, the purpose was, you know, like I said, to expand Americans' idea of like, what does it look like to have a monarch? You know, what does it feel like, or to, you know, what would it be like to live in a society where there's restriction of, you know, freedoms within their own context, so that, you know, the best example is North Korea, of a dictatorial, totalitarian, monarchical system. UK is not even a good example, you know, not for the last however many decades. And that even parts of Japan that, you know, from the outside view would say, oh, you know, they, you know, look at all this anime, look at all this cosplay, look at all this food, you know, stuff. And that, you know, people can do whatever they want in Japan. It's like, to a certain extent, right? It's not as extreme as North Korea, but in some aspects, even the North Korean concentration prisons were not as extreme as Japanese maximum security prisons. So that, you know, they weren't like in North Korean concentration camps. They're not actively controlling how you sit, most likely. I mean, it's the documentaries are scarce because North Korea is very secretive, but from whatever information does come out of it, it wasn't as extreme. They just flat out killed people or beat the shit out of them or made them work, or, you know, etc. But, you know, they didn't micromanage to the same extent, or, you know, as much as Japanese maximum security, where it's literally how you sleep, how you walk, how you talk, how you sit, what can you eat, you know, etc. So there's low security Japanese prisons that are a lot more liberal and lax with their system. So it's not a representation of Japanese prisons as a whole. It's just that, you know, trying to give better context of like, Americans on average have a very narrow view. They're, you know, as only as they see of in the news, right? In American news, not international news. That's the spectrum of, you know, freedom and lack of freedom. And then, you know, that defines how they, you know, interact with their life. So that, you know, a Trump-like person, again, giving them some credit, Trump would be the type of person that would, you know, like remove oppositional forces, right? That would remove adversarial, even colleagues and teammates and, you know, individuals from his life. Like, we've seen that. So, you know, to give them some credit, that would be, you know, it's fathomable that Trump would behave in such a manner, but to call him a king is still too far. So that's it for this week. And then next week, God, hopefully there's not another political protest. The next few ones, I mean, you know, aside from the YouTube React stuff, and we're still planning on talking about, you know, again, these diagram of the 2D spectrum, so that at some point We're looking into the neutral position, what number 9, means. And then we still have to talk about number 1, which is the kind of extreme liberty, non-opposition system. And then there's the in-betweens. The in-betweens are going to be more complicated, but, we'll get to there eventually. Oh, and then the other one is number 4, which is the kind of extreme social collective, but also extreme adversarial. So it's probably just going to be talking about ancient Sparta and some fictional Spartan-like society.